Ew. And I'm gonna... We are good.
All right. So, last session, there was a lot of conversations. Wuria and Felice met with the drowned prince, who turns out was not an evil, charismatic cult leader, but a somewhat enigmatic, dire sea otter that also could talk, and it was curious, but helpful.
If it is an evil cult leader, then it's a very, very impressively deceiving evil cult leader.
Yeah. Hegan and Leah handed off the cult leader. Hegan and Leah handed off the payment to the mercenary group that you colluded with to rob the deep miners' shipment of weapons and supplies. Also spent some time investigating some of those items that you discovered, learning of the Glassstaff has gotten an upgrade to a sentient staff that was very evil and really wanted nothing to do with any of you. The the party also visited the Calm and Elephane at the Temple of the Raven Queen. Did a little bit of talking, a little bit of communing, recommended had a conversation about recommending getting in touch with the Claret Order, because Glassstaff has turned from an asshole into a lich.
I mean, same difference, but
Asshole lich to his assholeness.
I mean, just because he doesn't
Yeah,
probably
one's
have a
undead.
he probably doesn't have an asshole anymore, but he still is an asshole.
Next time on Wild Time and
No,
Wild.
works that way.
Mhm.
I mean, they lose like skin eventually.
Yeah.
Becoming a lich involves losing your asshole.
Yeah.
Who knew the sacrifices that you had to make?
Becoming a lich involves blank as a new
It's
black
very
card.
Yeah. Darlton met with the quartermaster, who was beating feet and heading out of town as quickly as possible, or at least going to ground. Wasn't entirely clear, but was making himself very scarce. And I believe that after all the various errands and conversations
All over the place. Oh shit.
you all convened again.
I hope you feel better or it gets better.
At Darlton's warehouse, which is conveniently far away from most everyone else.
Assuming that's in a bad way. I don't know. It could be in a good way.
Just outside the city wall. Which is, I believe, where we pick up. I don't think I've got the note as to which day it is. No, I do not. Lost track of that. It's somewhere late in the month of Thunshire. Give or take a couple.
Oh, that's good to hear then. Glad for that.
But you all have the evening ahead of you. To decide what you want to do next. There is no looming danger, but there is sort of a growing tension in the city.
I mean, fair. So we're all gathered back up at the... Okay.
What more canst we do here?
Well, Hazel wants her shit back.
It is true.
Try to do that. I mean, it's going to be a little tricky, but
More so than before.
Think probably. How late is it?
At this point, it's probably sometime after sunset.
I mean, I'd be up for it tonight, honestly. I don't think. I mean, there's eyes on there, right? That's not something we're gonna want to draw attention for.
right. So I suppose the plan is just sneak in as sneakily as you can and sneak out.
Anybody want to make me invisible?
I can do
That
that.
must be the only option, given everyone
How-
shall be on alert after what happened.
Out of character, how far are we from where that would be? Like,
That's approximately 2 to 3 miles from where you're currently at.
okay, so
So,
on foot a decent amount of
Oh
time.
my god, Desert Bus! When did that start? Fuck!
Right. Her place is sort of just near where this corner of the fields meets the river.
That
It's
hasn't
just
started,
kind of
has it?
down. You remember there's sort of a walkway and a cave on the side of the cliff face there. And then Darlton's place is kind of smack dab in the middle of one of these neighborhoods here. So that's roughly.
I mean, we could get a little closer and then you could do it, or I could fly.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting a little closer
Awesome.
is probably
Excited.
not a bad idea.
For the best.
Get as close as we can without it being
Weird.
yeah.
Okay.
And then I can honestly cast invisibility on both of us and I can wait.
I like it. I think. I can disguise myself on the way there until we get to wherever we want to disappear. Stand out a little less.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Who's going to go?
I mean, we're not expecting a fight, right?
Expecting and reality are two different things.
I mean, I can't make everyone
Always
invisible.
expect a fight, just hope you don't get one.
Not a bad idea.
But if people want to spread out a bit in small, distances away, if there is a fight, we'd be closer. We don't want to draw attention, I think.
No.
It's the main. How much are you looking to retrieve?
I've got this, and I'll hold up the bag of holding.
It's fair.
I don't know what she's got left, but anything I can get a hold of, I guess. She helped us out a long time ago. I think it's only fair.
Like I haven't heard of her.
I mean, I can make... Hold on, let me count. Third, fourth. I could make up to 4 of us invisible as long as no one's attacking or fighting or, doing things like that.
Maybe the quietest ones keep a distance away.
So, kind of referring back to the original question, who is going, who is staying?
We were trying to decide in character.
Once again, we try to. Why do we always split the party? We always split the party.
I mean, obviously, Wiria and Velis are going.
Yeah. Is anyone else going in, or is it just me? I think is another question.
Wouldn't think so. It's fine.
You broke up. John, did you say something?
Nothing significant.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I mean, I think Wiria's happy to wait outside or go in.
Okay.
I think she was sort of assuming Velis would want to go in by himself because he's Velis.
I'm just more comfortable keeping quiet on my own. It's easier.
Okay. So
Things
at this-
really go tits up. I can just make it very obvious that everything's gone wrong.
Okay. Well,
I could stay a distance at least. Quite enough.
I mean, I think everyone can stay a distance, just don't be obvious about it.
Staggering ourselves.
She sort of looks at like Hegan and Leah. You probably have the harder time not being obvious about it, but
I mean, does anybody want pass without a trace? Do I have spells? I don't even know if I have spells.
I mean,
I
you have to. Do you have to stay close for that?
yeah, you have to stay close.
Yes, within 30
I could
feet.
also be invisible too, though. So.
Hegan, I've seen
An
your
animal.
attempts at stealth. No offense.
Excuse me.
I'm
Go
just
on, then,
saying.
With
we all
invisibility, it could just be
have
much better.
Our skill sets.
How about it then? I will remain. Clearly, you do not need my help.
That's.
No, go ahead.
No. Perhaps attempt. With invisibility, it could just be much easier for Hagen. Also, Hagen could see everyone who is invisible and be able to know when something is happening.
That.
It's fine.
Just
I'll just
see this image playing back in Velis's head of Hegan and Elias tripping over each other and making a god awful amount of noise.
what's that?
Don't bring both of them.
It's
Wait.
been a very long time.
He who lives in glass houses should not throw stones. We have our list of Velis' stupid shit.
But that wasn't loud, stupid shit.
It's true.
So you were saying that as long as you're quiet, you are incapable of doing stupid shit.
No, I'm just
I don't
saying.
believe that for a second. You do your
Oh
stupid
no,
you
I
disappear.
can do very stupid shit. I'm just saying that when I want to be
It's
quiet,
fine.
I can be
Just forget
quiet.
it. Just go.
Do you have any prizes this year?
Alright.
Nice!
Shall we?
Can't wait to see those. Mystery Man invisible long. Yeah.
We're up here, right? Like somewhere in this area. Okay.
Yeah, let me put a little marker on the map for Darlton's hideout.
Oh, that is a good idea. Because we have Felice.
Shit. Oh
For
yeah.
the pass without a trace, and from personal experience, I know she can become very small and be able to stay with you.
That's actually valid.
Mhm.
That's a good point. Does it work like that?
From what I recall, it hath worked before. And we had to meet with the others from the Claret Order.
Right. Look at Felice. Pocket mouth?
Chipmunk. More chipmunk charades. Go.
Pocket chipmunk?
Keegan technically can also pocket chipmunk.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, Keegan's just like, I can do that too, but whatever. Just go ahead.
Forgot that you do that too.
Fine,
He doesn't
embrace
wanna
your
have-
biases.
I don't know if I've ever. I think
Anymore,
Higgins only done
before
that
he's just like, "Fuck it, go
elsewhere.
ahead, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Go do whatever you want.
That is true. We could have like 2 pocket. Could he be with Wiria?
Yeah, I mean, Hegan could be with Weary as
A
pocket.
pass without trace for both groups, the outside group and the sneaky.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's probably, as much as I hate to say, only 1 or 2 people go in. It seems like 1 or 2 people sneaking into a place less likely to draw notice, even invisible.
That's true.
But if we do 2 groups, perhaps one group can be at least within a distance of, if, to use Velas's language, shit goes horribly wrong, we can get in, and if it doesn't, well, then we just have a nice walk.
I'd love to say everything's going to go fine, but I've learned not to make assumptions around anything we get involved with.
Yes, especially not after the previous nights.
Yeah.
All right. So Velas goes in with Felice, as long as you're willing, pocket mouse or chipmunk or whatever small creature you want to become. And then Keegan and I and anyone else who wants to come along and can be reasonably sneaky, which she sort of looks at Leah, and then Elias, though Maggie's not here, is like, you're probably the most noticeable. Waits a ways back in somewhere inconspicuous. Seems like as good a plan as we're gonna get.
I'm gonna disguise self into a shabby looking human, half elf dock worker.
Sure.
Let's go.
Okay. The most direct route there would take you through one of the main gates leading from the western part of the city inside. But when you approach, you can see it is brightly lit. There seems to be an extra complement of guards, and the gate is closed. Do you want to continue your approach to the gate? Or a different route?
I don't feel like that's worth it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, best case, they tell us to fuck off, right?
I suppose best case they let us through, but that seems
Too optimistic.
There doesn't seem to be anybody
even for me
waiting in line to go. There doesn't seem to be anybody entering or leaving. It seems shut, and there seem to be a number of guards milling about.
Does it look like there's another way we could go that would make more sense?
So you have a general sense of the layout of the city. You could walk through the sprawl and just go around the whole place, and just not go through the city. It will just take longer.
I should probably mark off my spell casting for disguise self.
You definitely should.
Yeah, there we go.
So we could go the really long way around.
The long way around, yes. Through the sprawl.
What does everyone think?
It's fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with going the long way around.
All right. Now, it's not particularly dark. In this area of the city, there are regular street lanterns even outside of the city walls. But when you leave the rows and enter the sprawl, there's no lanterns or lamps anywhere, so it is significantly darker. There's enough light to see to where you're not going to trip over yourself, but it is definitely dark. There are no paved or cobbled streets. Everything is dirt, and due to the recent rains, it's actually kind of all mud. And so it's some of it's a little bit more hard packed. The sort of main thoroughfares where people travel to and from the city gates. It's been a number of months since you've been in the sprawl, and it seems like it may have only gotten worse, considering they knocked down half of it in order to plow fields. It looks like the rest of it has kind of been burgeoning with overpopulated workers and people just kind of living one on top of the other, and it's generally fairly miserable. It's quiet though, and there doesn't seem to be much life, and your walk is largely undisturbed. Once you get near the fields, there was a sort of low fieldstone wall that was built around the radius of the where the fields are, and there are regular lanterns lighting up that fieldstone wall. And based on some of the silhouettes that you can see, there also appear to be a number of guard patrols.
I would say before we get up to this area, up to the field, I would probably try to stop us like halfway, like somewhere around like here.
A good distance away where you're very not visible to anybody.
Yes.
But
yes.
This is what you're observing sort of as you approach it before you get within any noticeable range of anyone who might be there.
I would want to stop somewhere about there and see if we can break off for the invisibility.
I'm curious, did Darlton come with us on this, or is this just us?
I don't know. Did Darlton go?
If somebody wanted him to.
I mean, I think everyone sort of left it up to him.
I mean, are you curious about Witch Hazel? Because they seem to have an in with her and are doing something for her. And so you're okay. Yeah, you know that tagging along, you'll actually get to see her place without her in it. So if that has any interest to Darlton, then he may come along.
But if he's there, just
But
mostly...
that would be more personal curiosity than professional curiosity at this point.
I was saying, because if he's there, might look to him for since he seems to know the city probably at least better than we do in general, might know better ways to sneak around places in this particular area if he's been around it.
I mean, at this point, it's either you stick to the city wall or you go straight across the fields.
Recommendations?
I mean,
One or
I
the
don't
other?
feel like one.
Is there any
If
like
we're gonna be using magic to hide ourselves, it's just as effective either way.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you're kind of outside of the city. There's no real way to sneak around. I mean, you'd know alleys and occasional sewer routes and all of that.
Yeah.
But that's all within the actual city walls.
I mean, if we wanted to take a long way around, we require getting into the city somehow, but we can go around through the river somehow. But
does it
this
look like
point.
there's anything like any activity out there? Like
From your position, you can see there are a number of patrols that go along that fieldstone wall surrounding the fields. But of particular note is the airship, which had come down in the fields and sort of burrowed probably a quarter-mile furrow into the ground. And you can see there is a number of lights appearing magical in nature from this distance based on their lack of orangeness and flickeriness. And there seems to be a lot of activity by it.
Shit.
But that's kind of a little bit towards the middle.
We're gonna use the invisibility. Now's the time, because that's about the only way we're gonna cross completely unseen.
yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
So who all am I making invisible? Because that is not clear to me. Because originally it was like only Velis was going in, and now I'm not sure who's going in.
Actually, I would say to Darlton, come along. I could use, if you don't mind, I could use a second pair of eyes in here. Actually,
Are you going to be going through
Sure.
the fields, or are you going around the fields?
Well, what kind of fields are they? And
They're like various crops.
depending on how high the crops are, like if we're invisible and they see things like corn stalks moving, that's not good.
Right. If you go straight through, there is a chance that you'd be noticed. Slim, because you'll be invisible and it's dark. But there is a technical possible chance. If you go around, then there's less vegetation for you to disturb, so to speak. I mean, there are it is crops in neat rows, and so you can also just kind of go between them.
I'd rather go through then.
It's a more direct route, but
Right?
I'd rather take the more direct route.
Whoa, map just disappeared.
Oh, hello.
yeah, sorry. Let's do that. Okay.
Mystery.
I was trying to put a thing on a layer, and it was being dumb. But I think that works. Okay. All right.
So we're going from here to
stealth
here
rolls
through the field.
at advantage, and if you have passed without a trace from one of your friendly druids.
Well, I think we're still working out who's getting the spell cast on them.
So it's Velis, Darlton, and Felice is a pocket mouse, so doesn't really need to be cast on, correct?
Unless you want half a mouse floating in midair.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Well, like things carried.
Yeah, but it's a creature, not an object.
Yeah.
That's a DM call. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. It only affects one creature. So if you're invisible and you are carrying a second creature on you, the second creature is not invisible.
I got a natural 20, so that's a 45.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Velis is just gone.
Too, so.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
We will never see them again.
Invisible high five.
Mine is a 40 though with pass without a trace.
God damn.
Here, pass without a trace is
Yeah.
plus 10.
If both are casting pass without a trace, does it stack?
No.
No.
Keegan's not going with you, so you wouldn't get his bonus anyway.
No. But is it plus 10? Is that what?
Yeah,
I
it's
think
plus 10.
so. You just
Yeah.
take your
Yes,
stealth.
it is.
So are we? Is this the point where we're splitting?
Hmm.
Because it's still a mile across.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think so.
What'd you say? You cut out.
I thought we were just because this is
Yeah,
open
this is the
field.
part where, like, if you're less stealthy, you will be exposed.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
it's still not really within quick assisting distance.
The rest of us could go around.
It's fine. I mean, it's up to you guys what you do, but I would break off. I would want to break off here and head through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the challenge is where he has to maintain concentration. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Concentration doesn't really get affected by distance.
No, it
No.
doesn't. But if we're doing anything other than staying right here, it could be a problem.
Mm.
I mean,
that is
if you
that's why
you
I'm
can
seeing
all,
kind of what we're doing.
what I would say is, at this point, you've all done this a number of times, moved stealthily through areas where it was limited visibility, and some of you were invisible. And so I would imagine that you have, like,
Oh, hey, Fies, how you doing?
sort of ways in which you communicate with one another while doing this sort of thing. And so you're going to stay roughly as a group, using whispers and such to stay in so you don't lose each other as you travel.
Well, but I don't. No, the question is who is traveling and how are we and how many is everyone other than Darlton, Velis, and Felice as a mouse staying here, or are we continuing some distance? Like that's the problem because
Because a mile is going to be difficult for getting.
Wiria can cast invisibility. It's a 4th level spell to get all 3 of them.
Uh-huh.
So, Wiria can cast invisibility whenever we need to, but once we cast invisibility, she really needs to not be in a position where there's a chance she's gonna have to cast something else.
Right, otherwise it drops.
Because that could potentially impact concentration if she if they get into a fight or something. So that's what I'm trying to sort of sort is, do I go ahead and are we going ahead or they're cutting across the field even though it's about a mile, which means they're going to have to sort of get in and out fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Or
I mean, with the stealth that we just rolled, I don't really feel like there's an issue if it's just us from this point forward.
Mm-hmm.
fair enough. It's more a question of what I'm actually doing. Like, I don't care what it is. I just need to know what it is. That is my problem.
Yeah, but I think if this is the place that there's more cover for the rest that aren't stealth, I feel like it's fine for just the stealthy ones to go forward at this point. Which just means that we just need a stealth roll from Felice.
In my pocket.
Yeah, how does she stealth into his pocket?
Well, I mean,
Ducking down into the pocket.
However, I guess,
Yeah, I mean, invisible pocket mouse seems like that stealth is dependent on Velis more than anything else.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so I have Elias, Keegan, and Pernell, who are all back at the hideout. And
No, I think
What?
Pernell and Keegan came with
Yeah.
Keegan are there.
Yeah, because
Pernell and
Keegan
Keegan
had
are
the
here,
other
okay.
stealth, had the other pass without trace.
Okay. In which
Yeah.
case, Elias probably wouldn't have stayed by himself.
Well,
Mhm.
Leah's
Leah.
also there. Leah's also there.
And Leah. Okay.
I thought we were saying Elias and Leah
Yeah.
stayed since Maggie's not here, and and Leah's pretty
Yeah.
non-stealth.
Okay. So Elias did stay.
I think just for ease of not having to puppet
with the
Elias, that makes sense.
advantage and pass without a trace.
Okay. All right.
Oh, advantage. Yeah, it's with advantage because you're invisible and pass without a trace.
Okay, so they're at the hideout. Felice, Darlton, and Velis are going to go on to the cave, while Keegan, Pernell, and Wuria chill in
Yes.
the sprawl. Am I understanding this correctly?
It seems like it.
Looks good.
Okay, excellent. All right. So, with Velis and Darlton moving off quickly into the darkness, everyone but Keegan almost immediately loses sight and sound. Just besides them being invisible, you also just can't pick up the traces of where they went. It's almost as if they're passing, without leaving any trace behind.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's amazing. Keegan, of course, you can just see them, like shadows walking away, but there are a number of folks who, not folks, but guards who are patrolling not just the perimeter, but also within the various rows and aisles of crops. So it is a variety of different things. There's an orchard here or there, various low crops, high crops. Just it's like someone just kind of went wild without really thinking or planning, and just plants everywhere. Makes it really easy
passing to the how close are we passing to the airship crash site?
That's up to you. The airship crash more or less is kind of like directly between you and where the cave is, and so the question is, how much of a berth do you want to give it? You can get a little bit close. You are all fairly quiet and invisible and stealthy, and
I feel like I would want to get close enough that I can see exactly who's doing the investigating.
mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
yeah, not
all right, close enough
right
that you can get a look. That's still fine.
I mean, I have dark vision goggles and really good perception, so.
Oops. I don't have a way to know what he's doing, so I'm not getting as close.
You could communicate, like you can whisper to one another.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that I would communicate that.
Right. I mean, it's just a matter of like you're staying in communication, and then like at some point, Velis, you're moving forward. The thing is, Darlton, you don't know where the cave is exactly because you've never been there. So
that's true.
If you break off completely, Velis is going to go off into the darkness, and you won't be able to track him anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
So either communicate that or not, but.
I mean, depending on how wide a berth he intends on giving it, I will still try and just make out what details I can.
Right. Okay. Oh, go ahead and make a wisdom perception check. It's lit up like a Christmas tree, so you don't have disadvantage.
That's a natural one.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well.
So even with, I'm sure you have bonuses and stuff, but what you can make out, even with a natural one, is there are definitely Zalezo. With this much light, you can see that some of the guards that are just kind of standing around are Zalezo. Harder to tell who's making rounds, and you can't really make out anyone on the ship itself. But based on occasional light movement and silhouettes and stuff, there's definitely people who are on the ship. Okay. And it doesn't seem like there's any kind of like fighting or anything going on, or any sort of alarms or anything like that. There's just a couple of guards around and some people on the ship itself. Anything more than that, you're gonna have to get closer and step away from Velis.
No, I'll just keep following for now.
Okay. All right. There are a couple of moments where your path intersects like a patrolling guard, but they're completely oblivious to your presence, and you are otherwise unaccosted on your trek through the rest of the fields. Velis and Felice, you've been here before, I believe. Darlton, this would be new to you. It's sort of a well-worn path through some rocks, down to what is sort of like an outcropping overlook over the river, with a cave entrance, and then of course the interior is ratty, falling apart and whatnot. But you know that there is basically another door, a secret door that goes into a much nicer area. But this front room, it does look similarly run down as it did before, but it also looks like it may have been ransacked. Like everything looked a little ramshackle and beaten up and whatnot, but that was more for effect and ambiance. This actually looks like something was like things were definitely rifled through, and the doorway into the main area, her sort of main domicile, has been broken down, and you can, well, you could both have dark vision. Although I think Felice is no, gnomes have dark vision too, right?
Mhm.
Although she's technically a squirrel, and I don't know if squirrels do, but
Does it
either
look
way,
like it was just opportunistic looting, or did someone come in here with an intent?
That's also what I wanted to check out.
it's hard to tell from this outer area, but when you step inside, if you'd like to make an intelligent investigation check, you can certainly look about
Okay,
to
my
see.
turn for a natural one.
Okay.
Okay.
Feels great.
Hey.
So what?
17.
Okay. So Velis, you're distracted by something. Possibly thoughts of the previous.
Yeah, squirrels absolutely
evening's
have laser
events,
vision. That's how this
and
works.
You're not really paying much attention. But Darlton is
She's
is
literally Squirrel
expertly
Girl.
coming through, and it looks
She has the power to
like,
defeat Dr. Doom.
it wasn't just, oh, it's open, I'm gonna come in and steal something. It looks like the place was turned upside down, searching for anything and everything, not necessarily of value. You can see here and there various objects that, were this to be someone who would be looking for something valuable to sell or to steal, there are a couple of items here and there that stand out to you as decently enough quality that they could pawn it for, a couple of silver.
They left it.
And it was left. So whoever came through here was not necessarily just looking for something to steal.
Can I tell how recently this happened?
Based on the cobwebs and dust and some of the, it looks as if there might have been some various wildlife in and out a while ago.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly how this roll plays out because I rolled dog shit, but specifically I was wanting to see if it looked like there was a specific goal in mind. Would I still be able to look for things?
So you're kind of mostly like following Darlton's lead in this, and he's kind of uncovering the facts of the events of what happened.
Yeah.
But in terms
this
of
is
actually
all being this is all now like verbal communication because
right,
we're still invisible.
what I would say is there isn't any, like, there's nothing that looks like what she described as her personal effects.
I
So
would like to see if I can find her cart, at least.
okay.
Now, I would be asking, was there anything in particular we were looking for?
Anything. I mean, she said she had to leave everything behind.
Mhm.
She's not gonna cover anything here.
When was the last time she was here?
Weeks.
Two.
A
So I
while.
think somebody beat her to it. Beat us to it.
So there isn't any time pressure here.
Aside
if you
from the
wanna-
time on invisibility.
And if you want to get everything done within an hour, you can still spend like a good, a mile movement, 10 minutes. So you could still spend a good like 20 minutes searching thoroughly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
and
we
kind
can
of, like,
take our time.
cataloging and moving it. And from what you can find, it does appear that a couple of her cards from her deck are scattered about, but I don't know how much you know of character wise one of those types of decks, but it looks very incomplete. Like, you're pretty sure that she had a lot more cards. You find occasional bits and bobs that look like they might be remnants of what could have been spell components at some point. But the place looks pretty trashed.
I'm just keeping an eye out for, like, since I have less of a personal and familiarity with her, just kind of, like arcane implements, like how much of a real thing is this witch misnomer?
So the front part is kind of what you expected. It's sort of like a rackety old shack, probably someone who, earned silver off of lying to folks and basically conning them out of their money. But behind the scenes, this her actual chambers, and then there are more than just the one room that you entered. There is sort of like specifically a bedroom, something that would work as a kitchen and things like that. And looking about, it seems that whoever this person was actually much more well off and comfortable than the persona of the scraggly hair witch Hazel that was this mad witch who lived in a cave by the river. So she definitely seemed like an actual factual spellcaster of some kind, based on what you have uncovered. There's
no signs of like dabbling in necromancy and stuff like that.
No. From what you can tell, almost everything that you've seen looks like it's specifically around divination, divining, uncovering information, illusion, that sort of thing.
Illusions,
there's
Michael.
there's not a whiff of anything squicky here.
I mean, I'll help Phyllis pick up anything that would look like it would be useful to that end that I can see is still lying around.
So I would actually say Felice, as an animal poking around, what you notice specifically is the strong scent of an animal that you don't recognize, which is unusual because, Leah, you've encountered many animals, but this is an unusual smell, and it's somewhat fresh. In terms of there's something that's been here. It's not. It's
Is your girlfriend choking on something?
What? You just hear it. She doesn't like it.
What's happening?
I feel like I'm coming through John.
Yes,
Yeah, I don't
yes,
think
you
you're
are.
coming over right too well because I can hear it.
I can't hear anything.
very faintly, but I could. But
I
not
think
much.
she's picking up out of your mic, John.
I know, it's weird. His mic is picking me up more than the one next to my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So I turned your volume up on my Discord, and now I can hear you through your mic best. But
Yeah.
like, now I'm getting an echoey echo because I'm
Yeah.
also picking up through John.
I could try swapping over to my other headset. I would need the extra plug-in. But I could try. Or just go back to typing. That also would solve.
Well, that's
At that
about
time, it was just you.
Yeah.
assume.
Well, I'm like
Oh,
whispering.
I
into
turned up my
microphone,
sensitivity.
Mm.
and
Yes,
I'm like
that's better.
whispering into mine.
Your best guess, Felice, is that whatever it is, it's actually. Why don't you make a nature check?
Also, for the record, Velas knows absolutely fucking nothing about any divination stuff. So
Oh yeah, that's what I was like. I will help him pick out that stuff.
Right.
I don't know anything about it. I'm just trying to help.
Okay. So it's your best guess is it's vaguely feline ish, but it's not a cat. But like it kind of smells like a cat, but it's not a cat.
Feel like bristles on her tail poof out a little bit. She's just like.
Are we gonna have invisible squirrel charades?
Invisible squirrel charades are apparently happening.
How?
That's right. You can't see it. So if you felt her tail, it would be like.
Well, unless she's also invisible.
She is because
She
you didn't
is.
have to be.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Otherwise, it'd be a flying squirrel. Right. Got it. I get it now.
Oh,
Okay.
it should have been a flying squirrel. Then it would look natural.
That's why I made the joke about how she feels like a flying squirrel, because suddenly she can't see what is holding her, and she's just like.
I mean, she can also just, turn back into Felice. Because it's
could,
not casting
but-
a spell. It doesn't break the invisibility.
No, but she only has
But
to use
when
the
she
wild
goes
to
back
say,
into a
so-
squirrel,
Nope. It's not casting a spell.
But she'd lose up her wild. She'd use up her wild shape.
Yeah, I mean, it is the end of the day, so like she could, but unless she really has to,
So you
She
need to
will-
play some kind of telepathic class because
Yeah.
this voice effect is amazing.
Yeah.
It is very echoey and
Mhm.
weird.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
It's
I can-
fine,
I
it's
can
fine.
grab my other
She sort of
headset.
reminds me of, in FMA where they had Aaron Dismuke talking to a bull when he's playing
Yeah.
Hal.
Yes.
It's sort of the same thing.
I see. That is.
But yeah, no, it's cat-like, but you're not entirely sure. And I would say I don't know. You're gonna need to do something if you want to communicate anything.
Yeah. Well, for now, she's just gonna continue sniffing.
Okay.
And see if she can sniff out anything if she can pick out Witch Hazel's scent anywhere.
Not really. Does the squirrel have a keen
So
sense?
there is
keen
no
smell?
squirrel stat block
Okay.
or chipmunk. The closest thing I could find was a weasel, which has advantage on scent perception checks. So does a cat. So
Okay.
the-
So
the closest
I
small
would
things I could
say
find both have advantage. So.
it's probably been too long for you
Yeah.
to pick up anything from Witch Hazel herself. I mean, but I would say that you do end up finding a total of 9 of her cards. You're not quite sure, and this is like carefully, thoroughly going through things, almost not exactly cleaning, but sorting and carefully setting things aside and compiling stuff. And it would be very clear from anyone who came in after that someone had come in and gone through this in an orderly and thorough fashion. But you find 9 of her cards. Everything else is largely kind of
If I use an item to cast a spell, would that break invisibility?
using a magic item would, yes.
Okay.
I would say, Felice,
Mhm.
that smell that you were smelling
Mhm.
gets a lot stronger. Whatever
Hmm.
it was is getting close, and it might be coming inside.
Okay, at that, Felice is probably gonna bamf back into person form and
Okay.
guys, something bad is coming. Whatever animal tore through this place is coming back.
Animal?
Yeah.
What?
I don't even know what it was. It smelled kind of like a cat, but bad. I
Does
don't
that
even
sound familiar at all to me?
Something that smells like a cat but is bad. I don't know if there's anything specific.
Roll for
But
bad
also,
cat.
does it seem like an animal tore through this place?
No.
Yeah. I
Um,
think it might have just think an animal might have taken advantage of.
nested here, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it was, its scent is all over the place and it's coming back. Or its scent is coming back. So
Are
presumably
you worried about it? You don't
it's
think we can
coming
handle an
back.
animal?
You're not here.
I know.
That's true.
Grab all the.
Well, she's just I feel like
there's
Felice has reason to be concerned because if it did make its nest or home here, we are now trespassing, and that's bad.
We're also invisible.
You
That's
hear
but
a sort of yowling snarl come from the entrance room. It's higher pitched rather than sort of deep and guttural.
Felice will, if that's in another room, Felice will carefully poke her head around the corner. Not sure if I can see her or not.
I'm kind of. Well, I'll be quiet since.
Go ahead and make a wisdom perception check, Felice.
I think just a smash cut back to the other group, and
Oh, okay. That's. I
Pernell's
just
just
need to always roll this die. This one always rolls nicely.
Pernell's just gonna mutter to Heekin and Weiria.
27.
Shall be more content when we can all be moving as one for situations again.
I'm not really big on waiting.
Felice rolled a 27 perception check.
Okay.
yeah.
Stalking
did.
through the debris, you can
Smash cut
see
back.
what at first glance looks like a house cat of some kind. You look a little bit closer and you realize that the cat is moving in an unnatural way, and you realize that the cat has 6 legs. It's pitch black, and it seems to be moving like almost like through an object rather than around it. And I would say
Felice will lean back, assuming Velis is like somewhere.
near.
She's not sure, but
yeah.
she will just lean back and go, "Slightly incorporeal insect cat."
I don't know if Felice has ever encountered this sort of thing, but
unless it,
it's continuing towards you.
probably not. But
I would
and
have
you
been
hear-
looking for something somewhere to hide in the room.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check.
did the cat
Still
seem
with advantage?
to
When you're invisible.
Oh man.
did the cat seem to like be able to see Felice where she was poking around?
You're invisible, right? It
Yes.
doesn't see you, but it seems to know that there's something there, and so it's sort of like carefully picking its way through, stopping, and like its ears are kind of like turned back and flattened against its head, and it approaches, and it probably gets about 10 feet from you when it stops, and it just hisses a little bit, and you can see these black tendrils coming off of its shoulders. It look. I don't know if Felice has ever encountered this thing. I would imagine Velas likely has, though.
I rolled 1 and a 5, so with reliable talent, that's a 35.
Hey!
Pass without a trace.
Okay. So as you're like looking for some place to hide, there's like lots of places, and you're just sort of momentarily caught by indecision before you're like, oh, okay, this will work. Stalking into the room looks like a juvenile displacer beast.
Oh. Okay.
It's probably the size of a small dog, or I don't. It's bigger than a house cat, but smaller than a dog. So
Like
it's very much not full
Maine
grown.
Coon size cat.
It's like it's like an extra large cat size
Okay.
at this point.
I'll pick your
Less
Mr. Maine
smaller.
Coon.
Well, the orange fluff ball that I carry around sometimes is a Maine Coon, bigger than that, but like
Claire's
smaller
cat.
than.
Very large Maine Coon.
Callie's roommate.
Yeah, I would say probably a little smaller than like a full size golden retriever or German Shepherd.
Guys,
Like, it's
I have
dog
a picture
sized.
of the cat. Give me a
Okay,
second.
So smaller
No.
than
Oh,
a
no.
large dog.
Smaller than a large dog. Yeah.
Okay. Because you just said smaller than dog, which is not useful because dogs come in many sizes.
This
Right,
I'm
which is
going
why
to post
I
this in
was
Discord.
choosing a
You're
breed.
welcome for
I kind of
sharing
followed.
this.
But it is very much not happy to find something in wherever it happens to be staying, and it's basically just stopped for a moment and is sort of standing out there.
Is there any indication that there's anything else around it? Another one anywhere nearby?
Yes, it looks as well.
Another
It's
cat.
more like its image is occasionally shifting, and like you think it's in one place, but it's actually over here, and then its position, being a displacer beast, is constantly shifting visually.
I'm gonna do something real stupid.
Right.
Here we go.
I'm gonna. Okay.
But
First
it's
question.
stealthy, at least.
Sure.
Well, yeah. First question. With where it is, would there be space to like get around it if we just made a beeline for it?
It's just on the other side of the doorway, so yes, but it is large enough that it would you would have to like you could get around it, but it could paw at you, maybe claw at you even.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna say out loud. I'm gonna break stealth doing this, but I don't give a shit. Get ready to run. And I'm gonna throw my bead of force at it.
Okay.
What does that do?
It's a hamster ball that I've been carrying since the
Oh.
last time we were in Port Tamale.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
So we could potentially be chased by a displacer beast in a hamster ball, is what you're saying?
No, it can't follow. Well, actually, yes, it can.
That's why I was like,
Yeah.
if it's a hamster ball, can it run in it?
Like half its speed.
It might not get to us, but it could probably chase us.
Half its speed.
Half speed hamster ball.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it succeeds.
All right.
You technically kick it.
Okay, so it's got a fairly decent dex, but yeah, DC 15 does not make it.
Hey!
So
Take
how big
force
is the-
damage.
10-foot
It's
radius.
10-foot radius.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, force damage. I don't want to hurt it. Oh well.
Well, you threw a bead of force at it.
I did. Okay, hold on. Let me roll it. Okay, I rolled low. Then 11 damage.
Okay. So you toss it, and you immediately become visible, and it starts hissing at you when the little bee just sort of like bonks against its forehead and then
Pokeball!
starts like flying out, and then
You Pokeballed it.
You Pokeball it, and it gets
Gigantamax
like blasted up into
Pokeball?
the air, and its limbs are kind of flailing a little bit, and it went from hissing to yowling, very alarmed. At which
I'm just
point,
gonna bolt.
well, the thing is, it's a 10. Let's see, how big is the sphere?
10-foot radius.
Oh.
Well, that's everything within a 10-foot closes. 10-foot radius. So, that's gonna actually make it kind of difficult to get out of the way, because it kind of takes up most of the space.
Can I
Um,
push the sphere out of the way to run
yeah.
past it?
It basically is just a singular pound, so it's very easy to move around. And
Is
the cat
Faylease
is
going back into travel mode?
If we were preparing to run, she would probably pocket squirrel back into.
Okay, who is she on?
Okay.
I mean,
at this point the only person you can see is Velis.
I will hold
Yeah,
out a hand
that's
to
true.
her if I
Yeah.
hear her, or if
Because
I.
I'm just gonna ethereal step and not deal with any
Yeah.
obstructions.
That's fair.
yeah,
Yeah.
So-
if Velis said like be prepared to run or whatever, I feel like Faylease would know she would squirrel back up
Right.
and just like crawl up his
I will
arm.
hold
and
out.
find his
Yeah, I'll
pocket,
hold
like,
out a
yeah.
hand so she can hop on and
Yeah,
Okay.
and she
run
will
up.
just scurry up and
Sure, that's easy
hop
enough.
and pop it.
Yeah, so the cat, it's the displacer beast, its paws can't quite find surface because it's this invisible wall of, so it's like it's scrabbling a little bit against the walls and the edges, and it's like slipping down and kind of climbing, and it's just very confused right now. But it's very easy for you to kind of like push it out of the way, and like some of the furniture is like trapped inside the thing with it, and so it's like scrabbling around on it, and so you're just kind of like pushing it out of the way, but there's probably only like 3 or 4 feet of clearance, so you have to like you're having to like roll it over and around furniture and whatnot, and then sidle alongside. But you do manage to get over to the other side, where Darlton is just sort of waiting, watching, because he just
Nothing you can
teleported
see.
across.
No, I didn't teleport. I just walked through the furniture.
Oh, ethereal step is not actually casting a spell or making an
No.
attack. So yeah, you were able to do that while retaining invisibility.
DM question.
Yes.
Would Wiria know that invisibility is dropped on somebody?
I would say yes.
So Wiria immediately starts swearing in halfling.
What?
It's only one invisibility.
Yeah.
It's only one. The others
Velis
are
is
solo.
dropped.
I just assume the worst.
Hmm.
Well, no, I was just gonna say we need to keep alert. Someone is not invisible anymore.
Right.
Understood.
Yeah, I don't think you would know necessarily who.
Yeah, I
Right.
assumed I would just know that one of them was not invisible, and I would know
Mhm.
that probably means they attacked or cast a spell. So I would be concerned, but
Against only hope Faylease needed to do something.
At this point, we're just heading back, right?
Yeah, but I would take a very long way around since I am now visible.
All right. Can I get a?
I mean, if
another
he's taking his own way around, I will go back through the fields and try to get a closer look at the grass giant.
Okay. Stealth check from both of you with appropriate modifiers.
Yeah, I will also oh wait, it's not advantage anymore.
Right.
I would
It is for
disguise
me,
self.
natural 20.
Hey, I will disguise self
But I'm
again.
assuming Faylease is with him, so I
Right.
don't get the pass without trace, so it's just 30.
Right. It's just 30.
Hold on.
Sure.
Oh, are we rolling stealth again?
Yeah.
Missed that.
44.
44. Okay.
Damn.
Oh no.
Should
Uh-oh.
I roll? Should I use weasel stats for stealth? Because I realized I used Faylease stats the first time, and it should have been a little higher if it's animal stats.
Sure.
I think weasel's
That'll
the
work.
closest thing I've found in all of my searching. That's a 25 plus 10, 35.
Okay.
For weasel stealth.
So
Chipmunk stealth, as you would call it.
Velis and Faylease take the longer route around, while Darlton kind of beelines it straight there. With your invisibility and your general experience moving unseen, you're able to get pretty much as close as you want to the ship. Do you want to go on the ship?
No.
Okay, just up to it to get a look and see. Okay,
Yeah.
so getting this
Try and
close to
get
it,
more details.
you can definitely hear conversation, and what you can tell is once you are up close to it, there's a handful of Zalezo who are standing guard, but you can see in the light that all of the people who are actually on the ship itself look to be private employed workers of some kind. Without going onto the ship, it's a little bit harder to tell what the conversations are, or maybe exactly who some of it might be. But it appears as if they are offloading some cargo. There are people who are investigating, inspecting it, looking at damage. There looks to be a fairly arcane looking type who seems to be sort of assessing things for damage. They look more like an artificer rather than an actual wizard or some kind. Just based on the pockets and the belts and the various implements and stuff that they carry, rather than the robe and staff that is the traditional milieu of wizards and such.
I mean, that's enough to sate my curiosity
Okay.
/ anxiety.
Right. There are. If there was anything left on board that was undead, inevitably it would have had long since attempted to feed on all of the snacks that are around. So, very likely there's either whatever it is completely dormant, or there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you would probably make it back about the same time as Velis and Felice, just because they took a longer route, but you had a detour is the word I'm looking for. While they're all away, Purnell and Wuria and Hegan sort of kind of a few moments after where you're like, we got to be on alert. You can hear the sounds of footsteps kind of like slurping through the mud. It doesn't really sound like anyone who's intentionally trying to be quiet or stealthy, but they're just seemingly kind of coming in your general direction from a side street. I'm presuming that you're probably in a alleyway off to the side, still in the vicinity of the shanty town.
Well,
but it sounds the direction they're coming from is going to put them more or less in direct line of sight with all of you.
Gonna.
Is there
You
anyone
don't know
to
who
sort
it
of
is.
tuck back and hide and be sort of hidden?
Yeah, gesture.
You can definitely attempt to do that, but I'm going to need dexterity stealth checks from all of you.
Yeah, I'll gesture Hegan and Wuria back, and Hegan was casting it too, right? Because Hegan was helping us with the passed out trace. So
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Let's get
Wuria
back.
is probably going to try not go back because she has really good sight in this and also has higher stealth than anyone else here.
Oh.
She has a plus 14 to stealth.
That's fair. Yep.
Close.
I'm close, but not that close.
Quite sneaky.
So 18 plus 14 is 32 plus 10 is 42.
Okay.
So Wuria is tucked back, but trying to keep an eye out, just out of sight.
I have 35 total.
Okay. All right. What about Hegan?
Hang on, sorry, my thing cut out. What was your
No
question?
worries.
Stealth roll.
Someone is approaching your position, and everyone is
Got it.
hiding. I need a stealth roll.
25.
Okay.
Wait, no, hang
It's
on.
with your pass without trace.
Just kidding. 30. I can't math.
Hey.
Hey. Okay.
Yeah.
The footsteps get closer, and you can see that it appears to be in the dark a number of small humanoids. As they get closer, you can kind of actually pick out that they appear to be children from varying ages, from like almost 10 to early teens. There's probably about 5 of them, and they look like they're dressed in gray cloaks and rags and such to make them harder to see. They are otherwise completely oblivious to your presence, but they're kind of because of your particular vantage point over the fields and the airship, find themselves stopping and conversing among themselves, and they seem to be looking out over the airship and the fields, and kind of talking in low voices between them, and then like regularly like looking out over there, clearly plotting something. You're just not entirely sure what.
Do they seem just like normal kids, or?
Yeah. I mean, they're dirty street rats, and it's late at night, and they're conspiring in hushed tones.
Hooligans.
I think we're going to steal the airship.
Oh! We find Callie in our group. Are they actually going to become airship pirates? Finally doing it. They're doing it. We're so proud.
Yeah, but because they're covered, you can't really quite tell who any of them are, or what their ancestries might be. That seems almost intentional as well.
So Wiria is going to cast message at. Well, first, I guess.
So keep in mind, if you cast message, we're going to need to
She's not invisible.
I'm not invisible.
But you're holding concentration on Darlton's invisibility.
But message is not a concentration spell. I can cast message and not lose concentration.
You're not the one who's invisible. That is
yes.
correct. You can cast message as much as you want. Okay. We were just having so many conversations around what can we cast and what can we not cast that it was in my head. I was just excited about the prospect of you casting a spell and Darlton suddenly not being invisible near the ship. But that's not what the circumstances are.
And actually, she could use her if it was invisible, she would use her telepathy.
Right.
So she's gonna cast message, and well, she'll probably just, I guess, Pernell. She can only target one person with it. And just say, "Want me to become a small child and go see what they're up to?" Because she has Velus's Hat of Disguise, and disguise self is also not concentration, apparently.
Nope. I mean, you probably could have whispered that. Like, you're all with one another.
No, now it's super whispering. This is super whispering, and she's going to use it as much as she can.
Stage whisper.
I suppose it would not go amiss if you think of something is wrong.
Where it just sort of like shrugs, because we all are right up against each other. And then you, Pernell and Hegan, see where he is form change into a very nondescript child. Like, picture like one of the, thief kids from Oliver Twist. Like, she's just this nondescript orphan child in gray robes, which works pretty well because it's, good size for her. And she carefully steps out, and when she's a few steps a little bit away from Pernell and Hegan, stops being super duper stealthy and starts heading towards these kids and seeing if they notice her.
Okay. You get pretty close. I would say you get pretty close before one of them stops, turns, and like hushes the other ones, and they all kind of turn to look at you. And for most of them, their faces are covered with various strips of cloth and whatnot. So really, they are difficult to recognize or see. But you approach, and they've just kind of all gone quiet, and you can tell they are immediately on alert, untrusting. And you're pretty sure one of them is reaching for a knife. Not like to whip it out, but like just in case they need to pull a weapon.
We're in her very innocent, disarming way. Just goes, "Hi."
What do you want? Just go back home, kid.
I mean, you're not home either.
It's none of your business. It's not safe. Go home.
It's not safe for me. Why is it safe for you?
They look kind of over their shoulder at the fields. And one of them nudges the lead, the one that's kind of stepped forward. It looks like they're the biggest and possibly the oldest of the group. They haven't taken down their face covering, so their voice is a little muffled, and it is a little bit difficult to kind of really identify who they might be. But one of them kind of elbows them and points out that there is a guard patrol coming, probably be in potential line of sight and earshot in less than a minute. And it just looks at you, and you need to go. And they seem to as much as a preteen can sort of put steel into their voice and be intimidating. I'm not. There's no way that they're going to intimidate you. They are a child, and you are a seasoned adventurer. But they are doing their darndest to try and intimidate you and make you alarmed to run away.
Wiria looks scared. She's obviously not scared because
Right.
these are children.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, "Oh, okay, but are you okay? It's late."
What are you? Someone's mom? Go.
Yeah.
I mean, when I mean, I guess I am out late too, but I don't know. I just
Okay, you're weird, kid. You need to go. Like the guards are coming.
Hey.
You need to go. You know what
Maybe
they
you
do when they catch kids out.
maybe you should go too. And Wiria turns and heads away, but tucks herself back out of the way, again hiding, but still keeping an eye on these kids. So she looks like she leaves.
Okay.
And she just, tucks herself into a little like hole, sort of,
Right.
out
You
of
duck
sight.
out of the way and then kind of peek out to watch them. As soon as they think you're out of sight, they take off running, kind of at an angle, not directly away from the direction the guard patrol is coming. It's a pair of Zalezo with a lantern, but kind of at an angle, partially away, but straight towards the where the field is. And you can see them all sort of like clamber over the wall and then start ducking into the crops and then moving towards the airship.
Message to, this time Keegan, why not? Well, I don't know what they're up to, but they just ran into the field, so that, I don't know. I really don't know.
Shall we follow them?
I
We'll
don't
wait
think
for the others.
I think we need to wait for the others, but maybe not then like leave, because I mean they're just kids. I don't want something to happen to them just because they're like kind of full of themselves, honestly.
And we ought sure you it's not having a conversation with other people disguised.
No.
Yeah,
Um,
Keegan would know.
No.
They were
Oh, good.
decidedly not
Thank you.
creatures that were disguising themselves with magic.
Yes. Thank you, Hegan.
So once things are clear, Wiria will make her way back to Hegan and Purnell and hide with them.
Okay.
But she's not going to do that if there's like Zalezo that might see her, right?
Oh, you have time before they get there.
Okay, so yeah, she'll head back to Purnell and Hegan then before the Zalezo get there.
Okay. Yeah, the Zalezo go by and there doesn't seem to be any disturbances or anything. And they certainly don't see any of you.
Guess we wait for everyone, and when they get back, we can decide what to do. I wish I knew what those kids were up to, but I think if I'd pressed a little further, they might have. Well, they thought I was weird.
I'm honestly shocked.
In fairness, I think they suspected that I would have run away right away when they told me I shouldn't be there. And that's probably enough for them to think I'm weird.
Yeah.
It makes it more alarming, however.
Indeed. I don't know what they're up to. And
That may be a more
worries me.
difficult situation than what they are doing. I am a little less sure about leaving that alone.
I think we need to wait for Darlton and Velis and Felice before we do anything. But yeah, no, I don't like the idea of just leaving that alone either.
Perhaps.
And Wira is going to keep an eye, as best an eye out as she can. I mean, she knows one of them is visible. She doesn't know who, but she knows one of them does not have invisibility. So she's going to keep as best an eye out as she can for the earliest moment that that she sees any of them, and if they're in like message range or whatever, she might use message. But otherwise, she's just going to keep an eye out.
I mean, technically Velis isn't invisible, but he's also like weirdly super shadowy, stealthy. And
Wiria does not rely on dark vision because she has magic warlock eyes.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah. So, Purnell, she's human and completely unable to see in most of the gloom. Meanwhile, Wiria and
I have the goggles.
Magically. Oh, you have the okay.
I have goggles from night.
So you cannot see Velis.
You can't see Velis, no.
SOL when it comes to darkness.
We
Yeah.
left you and Leah back at the hideout.
Yeah.
Don't worry, that'll be me next campaign.
Yeah. So, Velis and Darlton do return, although slightly at different times and from different directions.
And I look like the shitty dock worker.
Right.
Well, welcome back.
This place are getting.
Oh.
Well, we
That
have
explains that. Okay.
perhaps another situation. I'm going to gesture back towards the direction of the ship.
There were some.
I mean, I'm assuming I would have crossed paths with them.
I don't know. Make a wisdom perception check.
That's over 20. 26.
Okay. Yes, you do cross paths with a small gaggle of children that are sneaking their way through the fields towards the ship. You're currently invisible, though.
Okay, I was just, making sure that I cross paths with them. This guy, I would have definitely noted them, but really not paid them any mind. I was like, oh, okay, bunch of urchins
kids.
doing their thing.
Children. Yeah, Weary and Purnell's reaction to urchins doing their thing is drastically different from Carl's reaction to urchins doing
Hmm.
their thing. There's a group of children.
Who's gonna
that-
urchin?
Mhm.
Well, they went in. I think they were heading towards the airship, though I don't quite know
Yeah,
why.
looked like it.
Oh, you saw them.
Oh yeah.
I mean, kids being
Not sure why that's a
stupid, that's what
concern.
they do.
I mean, they're kids.
Yeah, kids
Yeah.
do stupid shit.
And kids
That's
on the streets in the city, they're seeing what they can get out of it. If they're smart, they'll see all the guards around and leave it alone.
Yeah, it's like they really wanted something.
Hmm.
Look, we're not babysitters.
You try to keep every kid in this city out of trouble.
Like you can see like multiple versions of like dismay hanging over Weary's face, like in sequence.
Also,
No gold
Wiria,
in the
what did
world is
they
worth
look
that
like?
much trouble.
He is
Did-
also just like
Because you pick up features.
very much have to go. No, they were disguised with a purpose. These were not just children playing.
I mean, they had stuff over their faces. They weren't like disguised.
No, but like they were not just
Yeah.
out playing.
They were intentionally obscuring their identities.
Well,
I simply
mean,
have
mean, that's-
concerns because of a conversation we had had. I'm back with one of the.
oh. I was just concerned because children, but yeah. Oh,
Kalia.
I didn't think.
None of them
anyone's
sounded like her,
voice-
did they?
did anyone's voice sound familiar at all?
Mm-mm.
I mean,
You
no
only
one that-
heard two of them speak, but the leader was the taller, larger one, who was decidedly still taller than Kalia.
Most of them didn't talk, but didn't recognize any voices, and I sort of think that Kalia, she chuckles a little bit. She seems a bit of a ringleader. I don't think she'd be following, and
Perhaps.
the one who was leading was not her.
Look, there's a time and a place to pick your battles, and kids getting themselves caught up in stupid shit is probably not it.
Yeah, I gotta agree. If you're looking for somebody specific, well, you could always send out whispers.
Hmm.
I just worry.
Any question? Oh, Elias will be able to contact her, but not here.
Well, for now, we accomplished what we set out to do. I'm
Eh,
assuming. Wasn't much left.
no, didn't really get much of anything, but we did what we
Like
could.
somebody had been through there before us a long time ago.
Most we can do is take that back to her and ease, and I'll hold up the handful of cards. Call it a night.
Hmm.
Okay.
Warrior doesn't look entirely happy about that, but
Neither does Tegan.
Yeah.
You can
Well, if you wish us to
contemplate that.
deliver.
Hmm?
I was like, if you wish us to deliver it, perhaps we can look into this. Since it seems at least a few of us are on the same page.
Yeah, it's late. I'm not. It's late, right? By this point.
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah. I mean, I'm taking it back there tomorrow, but
There's no rush on it either.
this I'm not. Look, there were guards out there. A lot of them.
If that is the case, then we should simply be watching and nothing happens.
I just think maybe we don't want to draw any attention to ourselves for the sake of some kids we don't even know.
Vic, if you want to hang around and wait to hear if any kind of ruckus starts out there, be my guest, but I don't really think we should go actively pointing our noses in it.
Not after the attention we've already put on ourselves.
Not ruckus. Caution.
Huh?
Not causing a ruckus, simply exerting caution.
I'm not saying we're the ones going to be causing a ruckus. I'm just saying if you want to hang around and see if those kids start anything.
Yes. At least I do.
Be careful.
Oria?
Ursula's tail.
I mean, yeah, I'm worried about them, so
Give Ursula pets for me. I saw the tail.
Yeah. She was sitting outside the door yelling.
Yeah, that tracks.
As you've
As
experienced.
I've seen.
And I do mean yell, yeah. And now
There she goes.
at least
now
a little time to see if something happens. I don't know. I mean, they were kids, and she looks at Hegan, and it seems like they were indeed children. And
I don't have to know them to care. Not sure everyone.
Given what we dealt with on that
feels-
ship, I am simply concerned about anyone being even close to that.
yeah, I mean, I think if it was
Just
just
rubbing at her neck.
Well, it's not like I don't care. I just know that the kids in this town can definitely take care of themselves.
If nothing else, a kid in a life like that knows when to cut and run, right?
Perhaps.
what?
You would think, but most people that would I would not really trust.
Again, we are not starting anything or pulling any attention to ourselves.
You guys
Do
can
you
go.
wait around for a while, or do you head back?
Egan's gonna stay.
I think Hegan, Purnell, and Weary are going to stay, whether
I'm-
Bellis and Darlton go back or not. Like, that seems to be the opinion.
I'm going back, but I will just kind of
Why would we stay? I'm confused.
be careful.
They're worried about those kids that were going in towards the ship.
Okay.
Seem to be trying to do their own elaborate heist.
Or
Felice
something.
is
Something like that.
Felice is, I'm assuming, back out of chipmunk form, so if they decide to stay, she's just gonna say, look, you do you, guys. But I'm not waiting around to babysit kids I don't know. And
I
she's
really
just
don't
gonna
care what
leave.
you do.
Tis
to be
fine.
honest. Go on.
Brutal.
No one's making you stay.
Just be careful, all right?
Ashari childhoods are, shall we say, different. Okay.
You like go with their latchkey kids.
Darwinism.
Yeah. I think it's very much like raised by the village kind of thing. At least in some of the Ashari tribes.
If that's the case, then this should be normal for like everyone watching out for the kids.
So Velis and Felice and Darlton head back, while Wirya, Hegan, and Purnell loiter a bit longer, looking out for signs of any kind of ensuing chaos or child endangerment. It's 7:43. Let's take a break here.
Break,
Okay.
break
Break time! Alright, chat, we'll
for
be back in a
about-
bit.
Maggie must be tired. She's been working really hard on this.
Yeah.
So sorry, Maggie.
Good.
We need to get
Me-
get people
me
there.
feeling-
Say 10 or 15 minutes or so, and we'll pick back up, figuring out what happens with the kids and what were Purnell
What's
and
gonna
Leah-
happen to those kids?
Elias and
It's
Aaliyah.
compelling!
Yeah.
Ah, Dr. Horrible. Oh.
I
Okay,
will get
we'll be back
coffee.
soon. Break time!
So,
We shall deal with this the way we deal with everything else.
Punch him in the asshole.
Yes.
the prison pocket.
What is with you? Prison?
I'm gonna use that new spell that I got just to punch Nox. I think I'm gonna do it. If we're not doing it tonight, I think I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna wallop him right now.
I was trying to have a moment, then no.
It's Bureau's fault. Blame Bureau. He's the one who said it.
I said it once.
I know.
So
You shouldn't have said it to
Yeah,
Nox.
but when John hears it and he loves something, he's gonna run that joke into the fucking ground. That's what you don't understand.
he's gonna bury that thing 10 feet deep.
Here lies
10
prison pocket.
feet up the prison
Episode
pocket.
55 to 80.
Side behind you, those of you who are still in the four-way intersection,
Oh boy.
you watch as coming out of that weird green glowy liquid
Motherfucker.
is another one.
Fucking
I
hell.
knew I should have drank it. Whatever.
I
No.
don't
Glad
think
you
you should have drank the
No.
snake liquid.
People have been telling me that for years. I've never taken their advice.
Oh my god.
Big inspiration.
What you gonna do?
Someone clip that, please. Tommy, clip that shit.
And I fist hard. And I fist strong.
All right, I'm down. Let's do this.
I'm not King Shimmer. Let's do this.
Excellent. Prepare your body. No. You should not eat dinner before this. Otherwise, you might puke it all over me, and that is just. Ugh. We are fisters here, men of culture.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
Really?
I
don't know.
assume thou
I'm
hast
pretty
heard such a
satisfied.
thing many times. He set himself up for that fucker.
Elias just falls out of his chair.
This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow their lead.
Yeah.
But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell
time? She doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's.
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Not all modern slang works.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Nah, I'll just void that. I'll cast locate object on gold coins.
You get several thousand things on your locate object. Without too much trouble with that, you are able to find the horde of Zuthus, the corroded soul.
We found them. Yay.
Fike, I shall not say this very often, but get the hole ready.
Yeah, it's not gonna fit in the bag, brah. It's not
You
fitting
just
in
got
the bag.
experience points.
Yes!
Let's go. Let's go.
I hope you've got quite a few other a small army of capable fighters with you.
Smash cut to small army fighting people in the ring in that bar.
Ding, 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 ding.
Smash cut to Vanya and Orion fighting what looks to be about a dozen other dwarves in an caged ring.
Please tell me Vanya is wielding Orani like a club and is just and is swinging down,
He is
stopping right before
now.
that Orani punches. Hey, the punching club, my only weakness.
Just leave one leg open so I can kick him too.
Smash cut back to
Best
the
as you
office.
can.
Smash cut back to the office of Nostock.
You could say we have something along those lines.
Specifically, this one's called. That one's called. Fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it! I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, "Fuck, this is a terrible place."
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah. So as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, "Yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again."
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I
do. I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. 'Cause I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the fuck I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to give. I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the main
welcome.
takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for Euelia. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops.
Inflict whoops. As if I
so-
made a terrible mistake.
Very educational.
Of course, it is my calling to aid those in the name of the Wild Mother. You are a follower, and from what I've seen, a good one. And it was my pleasure to assist you in such a daunting task.
Given all that, she said you would be most effective of a teacher. So, and she was not wrong.
Well, I have long caught the Wild Mother's eye in doing good works for her for many a year. And the fact that she would say something like that to you about me.
Just watching this being like both a bit like surprised and also like, oh shit, she called him a crotchety asshole. I'm not gonna. Don't think about it.
I did so enjoy slicing into his flesh that one time. I was a battle axe that time. It was pretty cool.
He just like does that. Oh, it's so fucking weird to hear you say pretty cool.
I'm picking up the nomenclature. Things have changed a bit, but I'm starting to pick up, the lingo.
Ren would appreciate him way more than Arani.
Cool. I'm hip with it.
Tucka. I just realized he does kind of have a Dr. Evil's voice.
I'm hit with it. I get jiggy. I get down.
Let us return at a later time.
Very well. Did you wish to speak to anyone, Seo?
Who do I speak to?
Depending on your needs, the High Priest? Or whatever the equivalent is for temple.
Who's the high priest?
I would suppose you would look for the... What is the correct term for this? Biggest badass in the yard? Is that what...
Oh, I see where this is going, so that means I gotta kick their ass. No?
I would not open with that, but the chances are there.
And coast another lightning beam across it. Fuck you, Ren. You're a terrible person. And it is barely standing.
Fuck's sake, the witch still has my bone.
Fucking.
It is barely standing.
That's what I get for trying to play you.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of.
Hey, we're back. Okay.
Is there any conversation between Velis, Phalis, or Darlton on the way back?
I don't think I'm gonna say anything.
Nope.
Okay. Not a particularly chatty bunch.
Yeah, I mean, Philly's like. Other than, I mean, if did Velis say? Did Velis actually say the name of what that thing was?
Possibly.
Because
Yeah,
I feel
he
like
said-
if Elise picked up on the fact that Velis recognized it, she might ask Velis about it. But like, other than that,
Don't know how. I mean, I don't know what I know specifically, but I would answer any questions that she has.
I would just imagine that you would know it as a creature from the Underdark, also sometimes used as guardians by Drow.
Fun.
Yeah, never expected to see one, up here.
Yeah, they're creepy.
Hmm.
Also, are they really gonna wait for those kids to get back?
Probably. It's Wiria. Have you met her?
Oh, I've met her. She cares. Sometimes a little too much, though.
Well, they'll be all right.
I guess so. I mean, I hope they make it back all right then. I don't know. But I trust them. I mean, y'all have not died yet, so.
Might have to talk about that later. I'm just gonna keep walking.
Since you've been gone.
You're doing good.
Oh man.
Hegan, Purnell, and Wuria sort of worriedly wait for these children. It seems it's probably been almost an hour, give or take, and there hasn't been any commotion. There hasn't been any sounds of alarm. Do you want to stay longer? Do you want to investigate?
I kind of want to follow them.
I mean, does Tegan say that?
Yeah.
Well, you could certainly. much more stealthy than us, actually.
Well, Keegan and or I could probably get in there pretty well. But I don't know. I mean, if there's no one's kicking up any sort of fuss, it's probably okay. We don't know what they were up to even, so.
No, but it's an awful lot of very serious, secretive behavior. Like, if you want to go back, you can. I think I might follow.
I mean, I don't want to leave you by yourself, Egan.
I can't imagine why not.
It's not like anything bad has ever happened whenever we've left Egan alone.
Egan will never live down the things that he did at the very beginning of this campaign. Ever.
To be fair, he finished. He finished what he started.
He did finish what he started.
In fairness, I don't think Weary would want to let anyone leave anyone alone.
He just comes back in the middle of the night. It's like, whatever. I got in a fight with a mob of kids.
Lazo in the city.
Maria, would you be able to perhaps add some invisibility to us this time around?
I can. I can do that. Guess. Let's just not do anything too rash.
Yeah.
Certainly not without provocation.
Would Pass Without Trace still be up, or would I have to cast it again?
You'd probably have to cast it again, I think.
It's
not that
been
long.
it's been over an hour, so.
Yeah.
We'll cast it again.
So if we're going in, where you would cast invisibility on the three of us, because she's not letting Hegan go in by himself. I don't think she would go in. She would not go in independently, but she's also not letting Hegan go alone.
By any chance, like, are we able to tell which direction they went?
They were definitely going towards the fields, but there was a patrol coming, so they kind of looked like they were taking a more circuitous route rather than straight through.
I wonder. Maybe if I wild shape into something that can track, be a little quicker.
It's an option.
Though we would not be able to follow you unless you are. Well,
you can't see me anyway.
yes, but.
But if you're you, then it's easier for you to like tap us on the shoulder or something than if you are an animal tracking.
What
or
if
whatever?
What if you don't cast invisibility on me and I just turn it?
Turn into a what? To something?
Stray dog.
You still would not be able to talk to us if you see anything out of the ordinary.
But you can follow me.
I mean, I prefer the dog wouldn't be that out of place. Would a dog seem out of place?
A stray dog running around the slums? No, not at all.
I mean, like into the field wouldn't be out of place.
If it was a big enough,
hunting him out.
If it was a big enough animal, perhaps even while invisible, we could be able to touch or be able to sense where you are. I mean, I not move as fast, but.
If a dog wouldn't be out of place, I think it makes more sense for Megan to be.
It's mostly just that he can be able to become Dragonborn again and talk to us again while still being invisible, if that came to it.
I think it'd be better if I just for the sake of being able to see me.
I mean, if Hegan really needs to become visible again, consider this for a moment.
I can always duck aside and cast it on myself when I change back. So.
Just make sure, it's out of sight. I mean, I think that makes sense to me.
That's you. Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Hagen will turn into a mangy dog.
Okay. He gets a mangy dog.
Maria will cast invisibility on herself and Pernell.
Okay.
And Hegan had already cast Pass Without a Trace, so that's still up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Stealth checks as you make your way into the fields.
Okay.
Oh, do I
Thank
need
you for
dog stats for this?
invisibility. I'll
I
take
got a
it.
nat
Not net one.
So, 44.
29.
Hang on. I think I need dog stats.
Well, I would just start by rolling a die. It may
Yeah,
or may
so
not matter.
Well, it's a 23 by itself, so.
You're good. Okay. So you all approach the airship, getting fairly close. No sign of the kids otherwise. It's now gotten kind of late. And you can see the Zalezo have thinned out a little bit. But there are still crews, but it looks like some of them are packing up for the night. But there also looks to be one or two people who are setting up what looks to be maybe a tent on the deck and are sort of getting ready to like bed down for the night. But there are other people who are putting away tools, packing up crates, and are walking with Zalezo escorts away from the ship. There's otherwise no sign of the kids.
Can I?
Yo,
have
hey,
the,
thanks so much for
like,
the follow. Welcome. How
follow
you
the
doing?
scent from where we were and just try to follow
That
it?
took me a second.
Make a
My view doesn't show me.
wisdom perception check. Now, dogs have keen senses or something that smell, right? So you can get advantage on that.
I think they have a. This says the advantage. Yeah, keen hearing and smell, so advantage on wisdom perception.
Yeah. All right. So you're trying to pick up specifically the scent of these kids, which, considering they're a bunch of unwashed street urchins.
Very smelly. It was a natural 18 was my higher roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're basically like, tail up, nose down, following their trail.
You good?
And it pretty much leads.
That's good.
Right up to the
all
ship,
right.
and from what you can tell,
Staying awake.
the front of the ship, the bow is actually like dug
Figuring
and
out what the heck's
buried
going on
into
with
the
these
ground just a little
kids.
bit. So one or two of the
Being all stealthy.
foremost windows in the ship itself is actually at ground level, and it looks as if, or it smells as if rather, they may have gone into the ship itself.
Does it look like anybody's paying attention to the stray dog?
So far, no. Most of the people who are here they look tired, they look exhausted, and they're packing up, ready to leave. Nobody seems to have noticed the dog and its invisible companion.
He is going to go up to like the windows and just kind of dig at the ground and look back over his shoulder.
What are Worry and Pernell going to do about that?
I mean, Warrior's gonna
Head over in that direction.
sneak up carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Can she peek in the window?
You certainly can peek in the window. Go ahead and make a perception check.
I totally missed my dice tower there. That was pretty funny. 10 plus perception, 27.
Okay. You don't see. So where you're at right now is actually that fore cabin where the vampire had tackled Pernell. And so you can actually still see bloodstains and stuff all over the floor. No sign of the vampire. You can see a lot of fire damage here and there. You don't see anything else, but you do hear the sounds of objects, crates and stuff being shifted and moved around from below decks.
So we know the kid. Well, Hegan thinks the kids went in there. We can't see them, but they might be below deck somewhere.
That is your assessment based on your cursory inspection of the interior of that cabin.
Keegan's just gonna kind of look at them both and just duck into the window.
Okay.
When he ducks under the window, Waria's going to telepathically, because that's not a spell.
Right.
Bad dog.
Tell Pernell. She's gonna be like, do you want to follow or do you want to wait out here? I don't think we should leave Higgin entirely by himself. I don't think you're gonna respond though, so you'll just have to like tap her or something.
Well, probably just if they're close
you're
enough,
muted,
just.
I think.
Oh shit! Fuck. Well.
I thought you were thinking.
Yeah, sorry. No, yeah. Oh, I was thinking for a second. Sorry, I was talking for yeah. We'll probably think to herself and then just kind of like reach out, give a tap, and
Yeah, I mean, I sort of figure we've done invisibility enough now that we probably have some level of like communication worked out.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's nobody nearby. You can talk in low tones and
okay.
be relatively secure that it's not going to draw attention.
So,
let's not leave him alone. But if anything, you can talk to him that way as well, right?
And she responds telepathy. I'd assume so. It's still Higgin in there, the same way it was still Felice in any of her forms. I'll go in then. And Wiria will, given her small size, I assume she can reasonably easily sneak through a window.
Yeah. Pernell might have a little bit harder time, but the dog and Wiria and a bunch of kids have no problem squeezing in through like a little sort of smaller porthole.
I mean, Centaur Sterling crawled through a hole one time.
He did.
I'm going to presume that there's some suspension of disbelief in that. And some hand waving.
Yes, this is a long-term D&D story. This is probably my longest campaign. It's been going on for like 3 or 4
Did
years
Pernell
now.
come in with them?
It's up to Pernell.
If she thought she could feasibly get in there somehow, being slow about it, but
What kind of armor is she wearing?
she just has studded leather.
Okay, that's going to be too bulky.
Mm.
If you take off your armor, you can fit. But that's going to take some time.
Yeah, it would take too long.
Pernell's like,
Yeah.
I mean, if assuming Pernell was assuming that she was not going to easily fit, which I feel like she could probably figure out, Wiria will just like sporadically. Well, even if she doesn't know if Pernell's following her, unless Pernell says, "Hey, I'm following you," she's just gonna sporadically, telepathically update Pernell. Just like randomly, Pernell will get, "Here's what's going on." Updates from Wiria.
Be ready.
Yeah.
So what's inside?
So, inside, are you gonna go down below decks, or more so below decks, where you're hearing? And actually, you can, once you're inside, you can definitely smell the kids went through here and then are down below, and sounds like they're poking around.
She's gonna follow it.
Okay, you follow them.
Sadness, I'm too big.
And I would imagine Wiria, you can probably hear the dog. You know, the scrabbling of dog nails down wooden stairs is pretty obvious. It sounds like they're rifling through things, searching, whispering. Go ahead. Are you trying to remain unheard or seen, Higgin?
Higgin is not.
Okay. In which case, they also hear the scrabbling of claws and stuff, and you hear some short whispers and like, "Oh, someone's coming!" Just a dog.
Just
dog.
like this tail.
What's a dog doing here? And
what the dog?
From what you
what
can
the dog
kind of
doing?
guess, it's like one of the younger, smaller ones. It's like, oh, maybe it's hungry. And he's just like
Keegan
rifling
whines.
around like a pocket. And they're holding something out. You're not sure you can recognize what it is. It smells vaguely edible, though.
Keegan will eat it.
Vaguely edible.
Yeah.
Oh, hopefully it's not chocolate.
Yeah.
Keegan will eat anything.
It's not chocolate. But the youngest and smallest of this group seems particularly enamored with the stray dog that somehow followed them in. And he's now like wondering aloud what to call you. And you are instantly part of the team as far as he's concerned. The other older kids seem to not be as interested in the dog, and are still continuing to search. And from the snippets of conversation that you can hear, they're looking
Oh
for
yeah,
someone,
hell yeah, it's been a great ride.
but they can't find her.
This is probably my longest standing character. I love it.
Did they say like a name or anything?
And if she gets
or
stuck
is it-
outside.
No names. And in fact, you get the sense that there's, other than this kid wondering what to name you, they're specifically not calling anyone or anybody by one another's name.
Keegan is going to go over to like where they're looking around and just start rifling around too. Like he's just trying to be involved.
Okay. The kid that is accompanying you, or you're accompanying, is very excited at that prospect, and is excitedly rattling off options of various names for this new team member. That is all sort of happening. Do you want to come downstairs as well? Now you're still invisible.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Waria's gonna come down, but she is not trying to be noticed in her invisible state.
Right.
So she's not gonna like get up right in the middle of things like Keegan, but she'll,
Mhm.
stay sort of out of the way, back, quiet, and just listen and keep an eye out.
Okay.
And sporadically update Pernell.
All right.
What
Okay.
all is in this room right now, other than like what they're moving around? Is there anything else that something or someone might hide around behind?
Make a wisdom perception check. And if this is going to be a smell-based check, that is going to give you advantage, but will impact the types of things that you can find.
He's actually just going to look visually.
Okay, then just wisdom perception.
That was a 1.
Okay. Your doggy stomach grumbles. And you're like, whatever that was suddenly made you realize that you're hungry, and you're sort of having to fight your canine instincts that are welling up. It's like I don't know how often you spend time as a dog versus as a dragonborn, but yeah,
Probably not any time at all.
yeah, canine instincts are sort of overcoming your ability to actually like look for anything useful.
He's gonna go over to where the kid got the food from and just mark.
Right. Yeah. He readily gives you like the rest of whatever it was in his pocket. The rest of the kids, having searched through most of the hold, a couple of them look like they're like pocketing one or two things as they're searching, but eventually they kind of all gather together and kind of huddle up. And the leader, or for lack of a better term, is sort of kind of like, you can tell there's like this mood shift in them. Like before they were all very determined, and now they all seem kind of defeated. The kid that made friends with you is a little bit less sad than the others because he found a new dog friend. But they're sort of like, what do we do now? And the older one's like, I don't know. I thought this is where she would be. We weren't able to find her. I mean, I guess we can keep looking. I don't know how much time we have before that they, and he just kind of seems at a loss. But you all hear sort of a thunk from above decks, and all the kids like immediately stop and freeze. and everyone's sort of pausing and waiting and holding their breath to figure out whatever that was. Pernell, you also heard that thunk of whatever it was. It sounded like someone just dropped something heavy on the deck of the ship. But from up above, who the people that are on the deck.
Can I see if I can see anything up there?
You can climb up a little bit if you want.
Yeah.
It's not difficult.
Yeah,
but, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Mm-hmm.
I would say not at advantage. It could be the disadvantage would cancel out the illusion because you are trying to stealthily climb the side of a ship. That's I'm just saying the circumstances are challenging enough that you'd be making some extra noise.
Okay.
To offset the invisibility.
Okay. All right, that's still good. That is a 24.
Okay. All right, so you climb up to the edge and peer over, and you can see a trio of people. Two of them look to be human of sorts, and the third shorter, judging by their silhouette, possibly dwarven. They just tend to be shorter and broader than the other two. And it looks like they've kind of put like a cauldron or something outside of what looks to be like some makeshift tents. And they seem to be busying themselves with chatting and possibly prepping some kind of meal. They're I mean, it's a small one, but it's thick. It looks heavy and iron, and they're kind of tossing a bunch of stuff, and you can see whatever's in there is already like bubbling and steaming, but there doesn't seem to actually be any kind of fire. But it looks like they're preparing some kind of meal and setting up camp almost on the deck of the ship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing suspicious other than like weird magical food production.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a two human men and one dwarven man, and they both seem to be the two humans seem to be dressed in plain workers' clothes, but the dwarf seems to be much more finely dressed.
Okay.
You can tell from the cut of everything that it's either someone with money or someone who tries to look like it.
Okay.
And watching them, they seem to defer to him.
Mm. Does he seem to have any like iconography on him or emblems or anything or sigil?
Nothing.
Okay.
At least that you can see from this distance.
Okay.
You could try and get closer.
Might try to get a little bit, but stay back. Like she doesn't want to get up. She wants to stay especially behind, out of the vision, like forward vision of this person in particular.
So you're gonna kind of come circle around back behind all of them. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and make a stealth check. At advantage, because at this point you've climbed up onto the deck and are sort of sneaking around behind to kind of keep an eye on them or to spy on them.
Okay. 22.
Okay. Nobody seems to make notice of your presence, and you can get fairly close to them. They don't seem to be paying much attention at all. They're passing a flask back and forth, and it looks like they've pulled out some cards to while away whatever time they're spending here. They don't seem to have any identifying livery. But the two humans, one is an older kind of graying, kind of portlier older man, sort of tufts of bushy hair above his ears. The other human is younger, and there's almost a family resemblance, so you might think like son or nephew. Kind of a young kid, not much far out of his teens. And then the dwarf himself is very finely dressed, salt and pepper hair pulled back into a really tight ponytail, and his accent strikes you as affected. Like he's speaking common, but it's got an accent of some kind that you can't quite place. But mostly they're just chatting about inconsequential things, just the meal, their activities.
They say any names at any point between them?
You do catch the name. One of them refers to the dwarf as Mal.
Okay. Make a note of that. And we didn't hear any like news around Port Damali or anything like that, or like any mention of like government or people with that kind of name.
You haven't spent a lot of time talking to people about the current political state of the city. Last couple of days that you've been here, you've spent more time avoiding contact with everyone.
Well, I'm just gonna keep an eye on them for a while.
Most of their conversation is focused on the card game that they end up playing. Whoever the dwarf is seems to be winning quite handily, but you can kind of watch for a few minutes. Wuria and Hegan. After a few moments, and nothing else
Like
happens.
25 sessions. Hey, 25 is still great.
The kids kind of
it's been on and off. We're just back from a bit of a hiatus.
Discussing in hushed tones.
We're trying to get back into a
what to do next.
A rhythm again.
Keegan is going to go over to the one that we had first talked to, and just kind of like tug on his, and like tug on his pant leg, and then just go through the act of like sniffing around to see if we can give him the idea, like, hey,
I think 114 or 115 is my longest game. That was my previous Wednesday campaign, which we've currently started a new one.
The kid's attention. He sort of stops and he looks at you. Your dog's weird. It's not my dog. It's just the dog. He still hasn't decided on a name for you yet. You know, at one point the youngest kid is sort of like kneels down next to you and it's like, can you help? Can you help us find her?
Barks and just like does a little circle and wags his tail and trying to be like,
see, this dog is really smart. It understands me. Like, the dog doesn't understand you. No, it totally does. I've got like a thing with animals. I make friends with them. Right? And he like looks at you and it's like, okay. So he like kneels down and he's like, okay. So do you know what a halfling is?
He like perks up and barks again.
Okay, great. Are there any halflings on the ship?
No! Thank you so much for the Prime sub! Hey, welcome! Don't let me forget, when I get like a second, I owe you, oh man, I haven't gotten to do it in a while. I serenade people who sub for the first time.
So please allow
They
me to
all
serenade
turned
you.
to look at where you're standing, because the dog immediately like looked over, like. Then they look at each other, and they look at the dog, and they look at you, and they look at like, and the kid's like, no, he snaps his fingers trying to get your attention. Halfling. Do you know what a halfling smells like? Are there any halflings on the ship? Can you find the halfling? Come on, boy, go find the halfling.
Is there any other distinguishable smells in this room other than them and us? And also vampire blood and Pernell blood.
Yeah. So,
Oh, God.
You do actually kind of like parse through all of that. But as they're saying that, you do pick up a scent that is halfling. That's not Wuria.
He just barks and does another circle again and just tries to follow it.
Okay. So you start sniffing around, and eventually you kind of start sniffing, pawing through what looked to be a couple of like pieces of cargo or something that may have fallen over, or almost look like they may have been like specifically placed there. And you find what looks to be like a small little hidey hole that looks like it was made by pushing various crates and stuff together. And the smell is much stronger here. And you can see that there's a discarded, what looks to be a dagger that is much the likely source of the scent.
He's gonna try to grab the dagger and show it to him.
Okay, you grab the dagger and kind of bring it back out to them.
And dog.
Yeah, and immediately they're all like, "Oh, that's hers. It's Kalia's."
He gets kind of just like stops wagging. He's just like, shit.
Where is she? And like one of the kids like crawls into the hidey hole or whatever, and like is kind of like looking around and whatnot.
Kalia.
I don't know. It's just her dagger.
Well, fuck. What
He's
did
gonna
Kalia
like
do?
kind of look Wuria's way again.
Kalia's the kid from the temple, yes?
Mm-hmm. Kalia, yeah.
Kalia, yeah.
Okay, I thought so. I was like, I want to make sure it was not crazy. No, it's okay.
I know a Kalia, so I got the names mixed up.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
just want to make
Kalia
sure this is
specifically.
the same child. Okay.
Halfling girl named Kalia. There can't be very many of those in the city.
Yeah. Wiria, still invisible, is going to telepathically speak to the leader.
Okay.
Pretend it's Tegan, it's fine.
The dog talks!
I mean, she's invisible. They can't see her. Like, they're just gonna be really freaking confused because she sounds basically pretty much the same as she did as a small child. So
yeah.
And why on this ship?
The kid immediately like freezes and his eyes go wide and he starts like looking around. And all the other kids react. And all the other kids react like, wait, what's going on? It's like, I'm hearing voices in my head.
Oh no.
You are indeed.
It sounded, wait, what? No. And then he like looks at the dog.
Immediately assumes it's the dog.
Tegan are now a telepathic
Oh.
dog.
Your dog is talking to me.
Miss, if you're still around at the end of the stream, please let me serenade you. Otherwise, I will find you in VR and do
talking
it.
to me?
Even though it's a little bit harder to see
He's
my
addressing
ukulele.
you, Keegan.
He kind of like barks around the dagger but doesn't want to let the dagger go.
Oh, this is weird. We should get out of here. Okay. All right. Okay. Everyone, anything else you can get, grab it and let's go. So all the kids start like, grabbing anything that is small and convenient that they can. Not a whole lot. Most of the
That's
stuff is
hard,
actual,
though.
like cargo, textiles, supplies, that kind of thing. Not like rich stuff. But you can
And
see a
Brian?
couple of them have various things bulging from around underneath their clothing.
I wasn't sure what you
and they
wanted me to
start
call you
gathering
out of
everything
character
up,
because I know like I try to separate my characters and
before
whatnot.
all of them traipsing back upstairs. And the little one that befriended the dog.
It is whatever you prefer.
Apparently his name is Sam, because I just now thought of it. And they're like, "Come on, Sam, bring your dog. Your really weird dog."
Telepathic talking dog.
Yeah, your smart talking dog that has the dagger. Maybe. All right, we should probably go find her sister. Oh, she's gonna be mad that we went to go find her. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get out of here. And so they all begin sort of making their way out of the good night, out of the ship. But unfortunately, one of them, as they're trying to like climb through the hole, they've got just something underneath their cloak, kind of like draped over their back, that's just doesn't quite fit, and they're making a little bit of extra noise. And it would be about this time per now that you've kind of been listening in, watching the dwarf and the two humans play their card game, when there's this rustling sound from off the side of the ship, and they're all kind of like, "Huh? What's that?" And then the dwarf sort of like elbows the young kid, like, "Yeah, go check it out. You pretty much lost his hand anyways."
He's gonna
The
go
kids-
with.
But yeah, so all the kids are like, they're like trying to like one of them's like trying to push the kid out, and another one on the outside is like trying to push him back in, and so they're kind of like stuck in between. And you can hear the footsteps of someone up on the deck kind of coming over, and all the kids like, "Oh, shit!" They start like scattering, looking for various places to hide. What do Pernell and Keegan and Wuria, what do you do as these circumstances begin to unfold?
Hegan is going to attempt to drop the dagger at Wuria's feet because he does not want to be holding it when they see him.
Oh yeah, that's
They
easy
turn the
enough.
corner and there's just a dog with a dagger.
Wiria and how many kids are out? How many kids are in? Like,
There's
order of
5 kids.
operations?
Okay, there's 5 kids. 3 of them are out. 1 of them's in the window. 1 of them's still inside. I'm also going to presume that you 2 are also still inside.
Yeah, Wiria would still be inside. So okay. And pushing or pulling this child would presumably count as an attack, even though I'm not actually attacking, and therefore break invisibility.
It would absolutely not count as an attack, no, because you're not attacking.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just interacting with another object.
Want to make sure. Don't want to do it and be wrong. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So Wiria is going to step up behind this kid and just, she's not strong, but there's another kid trying to pull him in. She's just going to try to help tug him in to at least get him out of like, there's a child hanging out this window.
Hegan's going to try to help pull too.
Yeah. So Wuria, you and Hegan as the dog both grab the kid and pull, and like the kid who's on the outside, who's like trying to help pull him out, has like let go and dashed to go hide. So you pull him in, very, very readily, with no difficulty whatsoever. But he kind of lets out a bit of a yelp when you all kind of come inside and tumble, and you hear a voice, a younger male voice from on the deck. "Hey, I think there's someone in here, someone below decks. I'm gonna go check it out."
Hegan's gonna try to scramble out the window and then just like sit outside with one paw in the air like he's hurt himself.
Okay.
Telepathically to the kid, Wiria's gonna go hide now, and she's also just gonna like get as much out of the way as she can.
He's already scrambling around looking for some place to hide. He can go ahead and make a performance charisma check.
The dog.
Is there anything if they're going like if they're trying to go down below deck, is there anything like on the deck or anything that Pernell can get to and kind of like tip over or like
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff all over the deck. Equipment,
yeah.
Crates, tools, totally.
I'd like to try to find something like precarious and knock it over to draw attention elsewhere for a moment, give them a few more seconds.
Okay. So
and then move away from it.
You knock some tool off and it clatters to the deck of the ship, and the kid who is sort of like walking towards the cabin like jumps and freaks out and turns around to like see the object just sort of like, you know, eventually come to a still stop on the deck of the ship. And then you hear like and then like you see a limping Keegan, and then the dwarf and the other human are like, what the hell is going on? And the younger ones, I think there's still like ghosts or something on the ship. I don't know. There's like
The ship's haunted.
The ship.
There's something here. And at that point, the other human and the dwarf kind of grumble a little bit, but they stand up and kind of come over to where the younger human is. And it's a dog. And they're kind of like looking over the railing at Hegan, who's kind of, you know, playing a stumbly dog or whatever. And Hegan, you can see the kids, they're all like up against the side of the ship, and like one of them's hiding behind like a crate that's off to the side. And if you weren't like clearly making a bunch of noise, you're pretty sure that these kids would have been found. But they both, the two older on the deck kind of just playfully insult and mock him, you know, as they go back and sit back down to their food and their card game. And he's just like, you can see he's visibly nervous and shaken, Pernell, but he just kind of shakes his head and goes back to the game as well.
Okay. Ease up from that.
There's something happening. And then it's, oh no, you're just freaking out.
Okay.
Just listen to too many stories. Next, you think someone's just gonna, you know, spontaneously turn into a zombie. Ooh, arr. That never happens. It's just a bunch of stories a sailor's been telling.
Wiria's going to give it a little while, and if it doesn't look like anyone is actually coming down, she's going to peek out of the window, see if there's anyone try to see if she can see anyone watching.
It seems like everything's quieted down. You've been able to subvert suspicions, and
so telepathically to the kid, she's gonna be like, you should probably leave now, and maybe take that off your back so you don't get stuck again this time.
He's like, oh right, and you can see him like unsling something and kind of like put it down. It looks like it's just like a really thick bolt of heavy, you know, wool or something like that. But it was like nearly as long as he was, kind of, but so he had like this weird hunchback. But he slips outside and gets to the ground quietly, and all the kids get together, and the young kid Sam is like worried about you, Hegan, and he's like trying to inspect you to see if you're okay, but he has no idea at all what, like, the kid's probably got a negative nature skill check, so he doesn't know what's going on.
Wiria will slip out the window and telepathically let Pernell know that they are now off the ship.
Okay.
He's just gonna like just put his foot down and just wag his tail. He's good.
Oh, this dog is smart. Oh my gosh. Like, we totally have to keep him.
Very disappointed when he turns back into a dragon.
No, honestly, Egan does not look bothered by this prospect. He's just keeps wagging his tail.
So they
Sounded
start
lovely.
heading off kind of in
Egan
the
would
direction
get
that they
adopted
came
by
from.
kids.
They start heading off in the direction that they came from. Purnell, you're still on the ship.
Yep.
And Sam is like, "Come on, dog. Come on."
Egan like hesitates and just kind of looks back at the ship.
Doesn't know exactly like. Is Wiria still able to talk to her? Did she?
As long as I'm within 60 feet of you, I can telepathically telepath you. So,
All right. Yeah, they just don't know that everybody's off yet, or she doesn't know.
I said where.
Oh. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Then yeah, she'll try to sneak off.
Okay. Just another dexterity stealth check.
Mm-hmm. If need be, if I can get to like the far corner or something like that, I can just pull out the wings and it'll invisibly fly off.
And in that case, don't even worry. About it. If you're gonna actually just fly away rather than climb, you're fine.
Yeah, might as well if things are done. Not gonna cause a problem at the last second.
So the kids are moving at a pretty quick pace. Do you continue to follow them?
Yeah, Keegan will.
I mean, if Keegan's following, where is gonna follow?
Yeah, I can at least see from the air probably the kids and the dog.
Did Wiria take the knife, the dagger?
Yeah, she would have picked that up.
Okay.
They get out of the fields without any concern. They're pretty adept at avoiding the patrols, especially since they've thinned out a little bit now that it's gotten somewhat later. They get into this brawl, and they duck into what looks like some ramshackle hut that doesn't seem to be lived in or owned by anyone, but it's got 4 walls and some relative privacy. And now they're all sort of looking at one another like, okay, who's got the knife? I thought you had the knife. No, didn't you pick it up? No, the dog had it. And they all kind of like look at you, Hegan, like, wait, where's the knife?
He's like sort of just hoping that Wiria will appear and just.
Yeah, I mean, I think now that we're out of the ship,
right?
And out of that risky area, Wiria is just going to drop invisibility and.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Wiria appears out of nowhere, and they all sort of like stumble back and scramble all over each other, and then like one of them's like, "Is that Kelly's mom? Are we in trouble?"
No, but I do know her.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
She
The
was
dog's
scouting out the
voice comes
shit.
out of Wiria.
Wait, actually, kind of, yeah. Wait, did the dog turn into? No, I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't know what's coming. It's just very confusion. But yeah, they're confused. But the lead one seems to collect themselves a little bit faster. He says, she went to scout the ship when it crashed. And she was still on it when all the guards came. We thought they were like holding her captive or something, and we were gonna go spring her, but she wasn't there.
Great. Look, kids. I know that Callie had an interest in being an air pirate, and I respect that. But that was not a good ship to try to scout out, shall we say?
Well, it's not like a lot of them hit the ground.
There's a reason it hit the ground.
Yeah, she wanted to go get a closer look. I mean, we've never even seen one up close before. Looks kind of like a regular boat.
Kind of, yeah. Just in the sky. Look, I don't want any of you to get hurt. And I don't know what happened to Kalia, and I suspect that my friends and I will want to at least figure some of that out. She's thinking of Elias, who actually knows this child. Because, well, at least one of my friends knows her quite well. But there was some really bad stuff in this city last night, and I really think you should be more careful. Because I don't want more of you to go missing.
We're not by the docks. No, we know that. Yeah, all that stuff happened at the docks.
The docks, and then here. Well, at the ship.
And then, like, you kind of see some of them, sort of like, one or two of them realize the potential danger they may have walked into. And you can see their faces just go a little white. The other ones are just oblivious.
We're just trying to be gentle about it, but also, please stop doing this, small children.
Yeah, no, this isn't just ship stuff. There's stuff going on.
Yeah, I mean, just look. I suspect you're all fairly smart kids. If growing up in this city, you have to know how to take care of yourself. But
One
now,
of them's like staring off into space, picking his nose. You're pretty sure that's not the smart one of the group.
Oh, God.
But the other ones are all like
Definitely
watching.
in
He's completely
charge.
oblivious. He was also the one who got stuck in the window.
No.
So no, Weary
Of course he
has the dagger, right?
Yeah, she
Okay.
still does.
All right.
Wiria
Okay, hold on to
gives
that.
like her very like deathly serious mom look and
Right.
says, "Stay away from the airship. Maybe don't go sneaking around so much right now. Things are a little worrying, and I really don't want any of you to get hurt."
Well, until we get orders from Kalia, we're gonna be staying put anyways. But there's like general nods of agreement, and you don't even have to make an intimidation check. You're despite like some of them actually being as tall or taller than you, you just have that sort of presence. But they're all very much going to lay low and stay out of sight for a few days. But if you're friends of Kalia, you look like you could help her a lot more than we can.
Yeah, we'll definitely do what we can, but
You should tell her sister.
we can do that.
Okay. We should probably get out of here.
Wiria nods.
And Sam is like, "Okay, come on, dog."
Oh no.
Oh.
He just kind of like gives him just like a sad look and goes over and like nudges his hand and trots off to Wiria.
Oh, is this your dog?
You could say that.
Oh.
He
That's probably why
attempts
it
to
was so-
smile with his dog face. It doesn't
Right.
work very well.
I do think he likes you. So.
That's probably why it's so smart. Okay. Bye, dog. And he like gives you like a last ear scritches.
He'll do like a little wave.
But eventually the kids all depart.
Once
Kind
they're
of
gone.
like scattering in like a group of 2 and a group of 3.
Once they're gone, Pernell's gonna walk over to next to Wiria and say, "We need to get that to Elias."
We need to get that to Elias. Yes.
Keegan will, once the kids are out of sight, will change back.
Okay.
Good job, Egan.
Well done.
Glad we came.
As am I.
Agreed.
Now we need to get back quickly.
Yeah, and I think we
Yeah.
carefully
Hustle
but
on back.
quickly head back to the hideout.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, it's late. Leah's long since like closed her eyes and gone to bed.
Mm.
So it's pretty much just Elias alone in the warehouse,
Like playing solitaire or something.
playing solitaire or something.
Yeah. One of us has to wait up.
Yeah. When you hear the sound of like a heavy wood crate, like sliding. I'm not good at sound effects, but imagine a heavy wooden crate sliding across the floor
Kinda like,
in like bits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but like it sounds like someone's trying to do it quietly, but there's no hope of it actually being quiet. So it's just like it goes, stops, goes, stops, goes, stops, goes, stops, goes, stops. And it sounds like it's somewhere nearby.
Like
in the warehousey portion of the hideout.
Should probably go check that out.
But then you hear some rustling. And then what sound like small footfalls. Some hushed voices. So like, is he here? I don't know. He's probably gonna be really mad. Don't have much choice, do we? And then like sounds like children arguing with one another.
Do I recognize any of these children?
No.
Voices? Okay.
No. And then like you're just kind of like sitting there playing solitaire at a table, and like 3 kids come around the corner. They're just
not to notice.
random street urchins, and they all just stop. Like, they pause.
Hey. Keep playing solitaire.
The lead one's just like, hey.
Just imagine like a 5-year-old's being like, hey.
They're older than that. They're more all around the age of like 9 or 10.
9 or 10. Okay.
Yeah. The real young ones aren't super useful. As a parent of 2 children myself, I understand exactly how capable small children sometimes can be, even in a fantasy world. They just kind of like, you're not making any move or anything, and they sort of like look at one another like, are we in the right place? I don't know. And they just sort of like make their way towards whatever amounts to like a kitchenette type thing in the hideout. Just sort of like keeping it, and then like one of them sees and then they both and they stop and they're like, what's that? I don't know. It's huge.
Not who, but what?
Yeah.
Like, is it? Darlton's made some real weird friends. Like, is it safe? I don't know. I mean, they wouldn't be here if they weren't friends of Darlton's, right? And they kind of like are having this argument right about the time like Darlton and Wuria, and not Darlton and Wuria, but Darlton and Felice and Velis kind of like come back in, yeah, you see Elias is there playing solitaire, and there's these 3 kids that are like deer in headlights, and like, hey Darlton,
friends of yours?
You vaguely looks familiar.
Evidently.
So our hideout at the docks isn't safe. So we were hoping to crash at your place for the night.
What happened?
Didn't you hear what happened?
Oh.
You were at
reason. Okay.
Like it's not been that long, my guy.
We happened.
That's related. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. Probably gonna be clearing out of here on the next day.
They were people, and then they were dead, and it was scary. And it was like, nope. We got out of there. And then the city started locking down, and we couldn't get back in. So we're hoping just maybe stay the night. We'll stay out of your way. They're like looking at Elias, like not sure what to make of him or of Leah.
Trust me, he's
Have
the
fun at the
least scary
Lotus.
one.
See you later.
I wouldn't be quite so sure of that.
Okay, least intimidating one.
I'll give you that.
No, I can't even argue with that.
Yeah, they've got like bedrolls and packs and stuff slung for their shoulders, so they just kind of go off into like a corner away from everybody else, and you can hear them sort of bunking down for the night. After they like shove and push the big heavy crate back over the apparently secret entrance into your hideout that you were entirely aware of, but nobody else knew about it.
Fine.
It'll be a bit longer before Felice and Hegan. No. Okay, I need to like zoom in on the map to see who's who and reorganize everybody together.
What's that card? Misnaming your small folk party members
No.
after how many episodes?
Hey, must be the time.
Update it to 100 sessions.
Updated to 100 sessions, yeah.
Yeah.
Start a counter. It has now been
0 days since 0 sessions.
0 sessions.
I'm gonna pin that.
Name small folk party member.
Yeah. It will be a while before the party gathers itself back together. So until then, Elias and Velis and Darlton, and Felice, who promptly is done and goes off and curls up as like some small animal, probably next to Leah, just because reasons. So it's essentially just the boys.
Dalton would probably just pull up a stool and be like, just make a nod like, deal, man.
How'd it go?
I will toss down the 9 cards that I found.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all that was left.
Sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Someone went through her place. I mean, someone was looking for something. It's been tossed. I don't get the feeling that she has the rest.
Yeah. Can I look at the card? Like, are they just like regular like fortune telling cards?
Yeah, it's the same deck that she used before, and you can see it's just a handful of what would be I guess the equivalent would be like major arcana type. Yeah,
Just kind of a tarot.
right. Different depictions of all the different stuff. You can see they're a little scuffed and damaged, possibly from being tossed about along with all the other things.
Also, a displacer beast kitten moved in, so I wouldn't recommend.
What?
Displacer kitten. You know, 6 legs. Terrible.
Actually, does Elias know about?
Displaced beast, possibly.
I will minor illusion an image of a full-grown one.
Right. Yeah.
Well, better 6 legs than 8, yeah.
Fair, yeah.
I'm gonna go back.
Anyway. Yeah, not much luck. Where the hell are the girls?
So this would be a smash cut to like, all the kids trying to get out of things.
Yeah.
And
Smash cuts into chaos at the ship.
right.
The girls girls and the Dragonborn.
I was sitting here thinking like he
The
could
girls
now
and the
dragon
yeah,
girl.
And the Dragonborn.
Also, Felice came back with you, so technically one of them is there. Two of them are there because Leah's there.
Any assumptions, but it just kind of came off as right.
He is a party mom.
Party mom, yes.
True. That is very true.
Egan is an honorary girl.
Yes.
Honorary
is
one
not
of the
offended.
girls.
Honorary member of the girls.
I think any more about getting in touch with the Clara?
Yeah. I mean, not a bad idea. I can. Yeah, I think I was gonna try and do sending to one of them, wasn't I?
That was what we talked about.
Yeah.
Charlton, you got anything to drink around here?
Definitely.
I will go look for something alcoholic.
There's probably a couple of cases of wine.
I mean, I don't know about that much, but
Yeah.
he's definitely got at least a couple bottles somewhere, or a flask or something.
Well, I mean, there's all sorts of goods that come in and out, right?
That is true.
I mean, it is technically a warehouse, as it's.
I'm making temporary use of.
Yeah. You can't drink all the merchandise.
Watch me.
Okay, Velas can drink all your merchandise.
He will take.
I'm in Darlton, not you. Also, I'm not there, so.
There's some amiable drinking and some cards before eventually everybody gathers together. It's well past midnight at this point. It is early wee hours of the morning.
Elias, there might be there kind of is a problem.
Fine problem.
Well, so Keegan and Pernell and I stuck around to keep an eye on some kids that decided to go check out the airship. Turns out that they were looking for Kalia, who had previously gone to check out the airship, and Maria pulls out the dagger, and was not there when they got there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Why does she do this?
She's a kid. That's what kids do.
I was like, Kalia was the one that Elias was specifically requested to look after, wasn't she?
Mm.
I think so.
Elephant did mention that he was concerned about Kalia.
Concerned about Kalia.
Yeah.
So we need us to talk to her sister, and also we may need just your magic to find her.
But the good thing is that we know she's missing, which we wouldn't have if it weren't for those kids. And
Those kids and their meddling dog that was actually a dragonborn.
I also think they will be staying home for a little while after that.
Warrior can be very scary.
I mean, when they think the dog was psychically talking to them, and then I just appear out of nowhere later.
Yeah, I could see that being scary if you're a kid.
Elias is like, what the fuck?
Kalia's mom's like a crazy wizard or something.
Yeah.
I thought Kalia was an orphan. I don't know.
Regardless, we thought you should know.
Yeah.
And that we should
Um,
see what we
I
can
mean,
find out. But
I can actually. I can try scrying on her, I think. I just have scrying prepared all the time.
And you happen to have one of her possessions as well.
That too. I'd say, and I know her, and I
Mhm.
have one of her possessions. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
I said about try and yeah, no, I should probably try and do this before we go to bed. Just
lets you be better prepared tomorrow if we have to do
yeah,
anything.
if we have to do anything. Hopefully she's just doing her thing.
Hopefully she's laying low somewhere.
Alright, I'll go ahead and cast scrying.
Okay.
My last 5th level.
You cast Scry.
Scry.
And as you finish the spell, the lights in the warehouse, the presence of everyone around you just sort of begins to fall away. And it's very just sort of empty around you. And you get, and it's, you see far off. It almost looks like it's the furthest corner of the warehouse. But you get the sensation of either moving closer to it or it is moving closer to you. And it's Kalia. You can see her. She seems to be lying prone on a stone floor. She looks like she has some bruising around her face and her neck. Sort of a one eye is like swollen shut. And she's kind of like breathing shallowly. But she seems to be sleeping or otherwise unconscious on a stone floor. There doesn't seem to be any other features that you can really pick up on.
Can you hear?
You kind of you go ahead and
If
make
you can get any kind of idea of where she might be.
Go ahead and make a wisdom perception check at disadvantage.
Okay, so that'd just be a straight roll then, because I have advantage on those.
On perception checks?
Yeah.
From
shield.
Gotcha.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, not great. 9.
It's you can't really tell. There doesn't seem to be any ambient sounds. From what you can tell, it's dark. Lightless. Like there seems to be like a light spilling in from somewhere else that's just kind of barely illuminating her.
Okay. Well, she's alive. All banged up, but try and get more information in the morning.
Of curiosity, Master Dalton, doth thou knowest anyone of note by the name of Mal, a dwarf?
First one comes to mind be, I believe, Malachi Deep Miner. I believe you had told me before.
Yep. It would fit the description.
Who's that?
Well, obviously he's one of the deep miners. So
Looks assumes, but obviously doesn't know the name immediately.
well, I mean, we did
We've heard the name.
Wait,
Yeah.
what was
they've
that?
been
we
kinda-
did
Shit.
steal their ship and
Yeah.
cause them
Oh,
to crash.
right. Right.
It's been a while out of game since we've heard that we've heard
Yeah.
Mhm. They were also the rivals of the Rockseeker mining company.
Oh
Kind of
shit.
ran them out of town.
Oh,
All back.
that is indeed a callback.
Yeah.
We get a lot of callbacks. That would make sense why he was on the ship then.
Yeah. I mean, I took a pass at it when we were out there earlier. Seem for now they're probably just assessing the damage.
Keeping an eye on the property. Fair enough.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if it set them back for a bit.
But not one to imprison a child.
Well, I mean, they did take a pretty big hit losing that ship and the cargo, so you know, desperate times. But it's not a guarantee that they picked her up or the Zalezo did. But I'd probably say it'd be in character if they did get a hold of her.
Elias, are you able to speak to her?
Yeah, she's sleeping right now, so I may want to let her sleep. I'll try first thing in the morning. Send her a message, see if she has any idea where she is or who picked her up. Or if anyone picked her up, if she's just found somewhere to lie low. Couldn't really tell much of anything or where she was aside from stone.
You are sure?
Well, perhaps we should all get some sleep then, and
yeah.
And I'm not sure how many more nights I want to spend in this place. Not one for holding down one place for too long since I've been in this city, and want to be on my way out fairly soon. So
I mean,
this
you're
place.
free to do what you want. You've done your part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, about that. I'm not sure what you folks are planning on doing next. But you seem to have some familiarity with that lich we encountered.
Oh yeah.
We might have killed him.
Might have? We definitely killed him. He was very dead last time.
I killed him.
Yeah, you stabbed him like it.
I cut his throat.
Yeah.
He was dead.
Super dead.
I noticed that wound on him. But in any case, if you have any inclination to pursue that particular thread, you could probably use someone with my skills. So
I mean, I think that we pursue that thread or it pursues us. I think that
Yeah.
choice has been made for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
especially now that we've killed him twice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Well, that sort of counts killing.
We've got his shit.
It's complicated with liches.
We also do have his shit. Yes.
We do. Yes.
Yeah.
probably not for long.
Yeah, that's
on
something
that.
I want to do tomorrow.
On that note, I think it's worth looking in on Fandolin. I mean, we left him there. He was dead there.
Right.
Yeah. What did I mean? I assume they buried him or something. They did something with the body.
That would
Well,
make
stick
sense.
around to find out.
Yeah, we didn't really stick around. They
Certainly
were gonna dispose of the body.
wouldn't be a bad idea for
Yeah.
looking for clues regarding that. Anyway,
If it's where he's
if
from,
you
that's
are interested, I am lend my aid to you for a favor.
what's his favor.
Favor.
It's pretty simple. Once any of this particular business is concluded, you use your fancy teleportation magic to drop me anywhere not on Wildemount.
Look at Hegan.
Yeah. That's awesome.
We all just look at Hegan.
Taxi, I guess.
Seems
You are
fair.
dragonborn of many talents, Hegan.
Shit, you're competent. We could use some competent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but good.
It would be nice to have someone else good at handling undead. Just a little pressure off my shoulders.
Things have changed.
Yeah. I'm still pretty good with undead.
I was not saying otherwise.
I will also note on that topic, if you have any future business with Quartermaster, you will probably not find him in Damali. He is clearing out.
That's honestly unsurprising.
Yeah.
Can't say I blame him. It's a good time to cut and run.
Well, apparently, there was another party interested in this little relic that we picked up that he had a personal visit from.
What the hell was it? Anyway.
I think he said it was a paradragonborn. One black, the other one was brass.
Keep an eye out for that.
Voice kind of
Yeah.
trails off for a second.
A little insight check.
Yeah. Like, oh, the 1,000-yard stare.
Oh yeah. I was like,
Yeah, you don't need to make an insight check to see someone staring off into the distance. Trailing off.
He's just realizing, he's just processing all the information he got and just being like, wait a sec.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Something on your mind?
Well, fuck.
Is a dragonborn you're familiar with? Maybe?
Have enough information to be completely sure, but it definitely does not make me inclined to try and stay in town too much longer. He did say they were still around.
Good to know. Well,
Is your trouble gonna come trying to stab us in the back if we take your help?
I mean, I don't know this black one. The other one would be the one that I might have a connection to, so I don't know what they would be up to. They've teamed up with him. I wouldn't trust them, but not because they're likely to stab you in the back. More like, well, let's just say they need to be on a leash, and if they're not, then everybody's in trouble.
On whose leash?
Well, I've only known one person who could actually keep them on a leash, and it's not a black dragonborn, so
Who was it?
Huh.
somebody's probably dead.
I see.
All right, fair enough.
Well, what's one more dangerous maniac chasing after us?
I think we're gonna be watching our backs for a while.
It's been a strange few days, shall we say. I mean, it's been a strange few months.
Yeah.
On the other hand, today was, well, I guess technically yesterday now, was the first time I've heard any very large dire sea otter that talks. So, that was new.
Yeah. Wait, what?
There isn't too much else going on for her to mention it.
Right.
Wait, was that yesterday or was that the same day? I don't remember.
Technically, that was the previous day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you now are all.
Just heard about it.
Yeah. Where's this? Fun fact: the drowned prince, not a god, I guess. He's like a 50-foot dire sea otter that's been awakened.
Why am I not surprised?
That's
Okay.
not the weirdest shit I've heard this week, honestly.
I've ever heard. It's up there, but
He likes to play a lot, and he likes to help people.
That's for an otter, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to tell my brother whenever I get that chance, but
Cross that bridge when you come to it, I guess.
You could
I mean,
start. Hey, your god's an otter.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Just thought you ought to know.
Just thought.
Boo!
Oh no!
That just,
I hate
that
it
squint.
so much.
since I don't know when I'll see him, I mean, I do want to figure out what's going on there, but
Yeah. I mean, it's probably fine for now. It's not hurting anyone.
No, he's a very nice otter. Like, he's not trying to hurt anybody. He just kind of wants to help and play.
Yeah.
I'm not really worried about him. He's just there.
Or yeah, I guess it also kind of depends on what's your definition of a god. Like,
yeah,
humans have become gods. Weirder things have happened.
He used to have a friend, he said, but then he got sick. Well, the otter got sick. And
the friend,
when he got better, he could talk, and his friend was gone.
Okay.
Seems weird.
But he misses his friend. He kind of just wants to make friends, is sort of the impression I got. He just kind of wants
Well, yeah.
people to
think
play with.
That, it's a thing to address eventually, but I think that'll keep. For a minute.
On the scale of importance.
On the scale of a sliding scale of how direly important is.
Yeah.
The awakened giant sea otter will.
Yeah, a lot happened.
For a minute.
I would have said something sooner, but we didn't really have much chance.
Yeah.
We sort of things got busy.
Yeah.
That keeps happening. But yes, at least he's not really up to anything, nefarious or bad. He's just being an otter.
Being an otter that has developed something of a following. I don't.
Yeah, I think he said he rescued some people from a ship once, and then they started calling him the Drowned Prince, and that's.
And I mean, yeah.
If you're a very large sea otter.
I can think of worse things to worship, honestly.
So could I, yeah.
Like a lich.
Indeed.
Like those guys with the the missing eyes and all that.
Yes.
Anyway.
But let's maybe get some sleep. And
That sounds good.
we can try to find Kalia in the morning and go from there.
Sounds good.
And on that sleepy note.
I was waiting. Can I do one more thing?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I was gonna. Oh no, you're not getting off that easy. No, I would take the next like 5-10 minutes as people kind of settle down, finish my drink, then get up and kind of wander over by Elias and can I have a minute?
Sure. This isn't about some other weird awakened dire animal, is it? Because
No. No, it's not.
Okay.
No, I actually would step out of the warehouse.
Shit. Okay.
Outside. Kia, stop it!
We can't. Oh god, I missed it.
Kia,
Fuck.
I hate
Oh.
you. Stop. Anyway, step outside.
I'll follow Velas.
It's actually Rush Casa.
Oh god, no.
What?
No. Rakshasa.
Yeah.
Don't ever fucking do what you did on the docks again.
Like, what did I do?
Don't look at me like you don't know what I'm talking about.
What, with the box?
Yes, with the fucking box.
I'm sorry I saved your life.
It's not fucking worth it if you get killed.
Was it? I didn't get killed though, so.
Not this time.
This isn't actually about the docks, is it?
It is. I mean, look, I don't want to see anybody else die. All right. And I sure as
Neither do I, so.
I don't want to see it for me. It's not worth it. So I saw you die once already, and I don't want to see that again. All right?
I mean, come on, have a little faith in I'm pretty sturdy. Sturdier than you. I'm just gonna poke him on the shoulder. I can take a few hits. I know what I'm doing.
Do you?
90% of the time, yes.
Stupid. All right? It was stupid and it was fucking reckless, and you shouldn't have done it.
So, what, next time I'm just supposed to let someone kill you? Because that's... You act like that's okay. That's not okay.
Look.
I don't want to watch any of my friends die either.
We do a lot of dangerous shit, and I get that. But you can't put yourself back together. All right.
I mean, I'm not gonna throw my life away. I'm not gonna do that anymore. It's a calculated risk.
It was fucking stupid. And since nobody else can call you out on it, Please don't do it.
I mean, I don't know what you. I mean, that's just not the kind of person I am. I'm not just gonna sit there and see, oh, my friend's in danger of, and I don't want to have to resurrect any of you. That's not a thing I'm super keen on doing. First of all, it's expensive. And, I'm not. I can take a few punches if that's what it takes to keep from having to resurrect any of you. No, I've been down this road. I don't want to do it. Not again.
There's taking a few punches, and there's that. I don't like what we're walking into, all right? I don't like dealing with these people again. Whatever the fuck glass staff is.
I mean,
especially if he's thrown in with them.
Yeah, that's. Get contact. See if I can get in contact with player reporters. See if they have. We're not. I mean, it's not like we're going into this unprepared, unknowing. We've dealt with. Well, I was gonna say worse, but I don't want to jinx it.
We've dealt with a lot, and we've barely scraped by. More than once.
But the important thing is we have scraped by. And, a win is a win.
I didn't think you were that fucking naive.
I'm not. I, have a little faith in us. Got a good thing going here.
I'm not very good at faith.
Well, you can try trusting me, because I've probably got enough faith for the both of us. And it comes with the job.
I do trust you.
Well, look. I mean, I'm sorry it upset you. I don't regret what I did. It was worth it to me. So,
It's not worth it if it... Why the fuck am I even trying?
I don't know. Why are you trying? We both know how stubborn I am. I died and it just pissed me off.
It's not just about you, though.
You still worried about your sister?
No, I think that when that happens, when that comes up, we'll deal with it. I'm not afraid of her anymore.
Good.
I just Could have gone a lot worse. And I don't want to see. I don't want to see your luck run out, all right? Or anyone else. But like I said, you can't fix yourself. And I sure as hell can't.
That's what Leah's for.
Yeah. You have a paladin. I mean, okay, that's a fair point, but you know, again, just because I can fix, you guys doesn't mean I want to have to. Like I said, I've been down that road. I didn't like it.
I get it. I mean, I don't want. I don't want any of us to deal with that. Maybe I'm just. Yeah, I guess maybe I am scared. But it's not of the same shit that it was.
Okay.
I don't want. Don't want to bury anybody, all right? And not not for me. If you think I could ever fucking forgive that, you're wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Guess we'll just make sure to keep an eye on each other. Maybe get you some heavier armor, and that'll just negate this whole conversation. Because again, you're like 100 pounds soaking wet.
I mean,
like you're good in a fight, sure, but you take one hit and you're just out.
oh, we're not all quite that sturdy.
Yeah, like how do you think I feel watching you just like charge in armed with nothing but like daggers and you're just it's like, well, there he goes. But... Probably gonna have to heal him in 5 minutes.
All right.
Seconds.
6 seconds later.
Yeah. Yeah, you've never had a
I mean,
combat
that's
battle.
fair. I'll try to be more careful, I guess, but this shit's over our heads.
You're telling me. But,
But we don't seem to get much choice, do we?
You play the hand you're dealt. Unless you cheat.
Like cheating, actually.
Yeah.
Kitty. Fuck off. My cat.
Ball.
I have no idea where
This
my
is
cat
now a
is.
cat stream.
Oh.
Just be more careful.
I
Right?
mean, no promises, but I'll try. Same to you. But, maybe we'll work on stacking the deck a bit.
Yeah. All right. Get some sleep. Seems like we have a lot to do.
Yeah. I don't know. I should probably send a message to try and reach out to the cleric orders before I go to bed. I don't know. Oh, I am going to strangle that kid when I find her. I mean, after I beat the living daylights out of, if someone took her, then that's going to be a whole those whatever that family is. I've already forgotten their name. The
Deep Miner.
Deep miners. Yeah, if they have done something to Kalia, then
That seems like they have a lot to answer for.
a busted airship is going to be the least of their worries. Like, I know, she's all about second chances and stuff, but like, there's a line. It's like
somewhere pretty far back from fucking up kids.
Yeah. I'll give them one chance. Maybe. We'll see. And then we go deal with last staff, the Lich.
One thing at a time, right?
Yeah. Oh. You should probably get some sleep too.
Yeah. I will. I will head back inside. Just find a spot to pile up my stuff and try to get some sleep.
Decide if I want to try and do a quick sending before. Yeah, may as well. Even though it's like the middle of the night.
It's witching hour.
Yeah. To actually, do I have the notes from that of who looked like kind of the leader?
His name is Machias.
Yeah. I wrote that down somewhere, but these may be my Strahd notes. Oh, no, I did. Machias, yeah. I did find the notes on that. I also found written underneath it, "What's up with asshole Veil dude?" Who I think might have been oh gosh.
Indil?
What's his name? Indil, yeah. I
Indil,
think that might
yeah.
have been Indil.
Yeah.
When we first
Oh,
met him.
Indil.
Oh my god, I have so many notes to write. Holy shit.
Aiden liked him immediately. So it was like, it's like, oh, I like that guy.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and do a quick sending to Mikhail and just ask that before I go to bed. Just say, it's Elias. Sorry, I know it's late. We need to talk. Might have a lich problem. Can't
There's
talk.
a long pause. You just hear, fuck.
Big
Good
mood.
to know you're still alive. And kicking.
Oh, yes.
Where are you at days? Message me later. Sleep now.
Yeah, yeah. Fair.
Fair. Um, yeah, why not? I'll do one more sending. Just say in Port Damali for now. We'll get you more details later. Good night.
So polite.
Still in the coast. It's good. We're in port soon. Tracking vampires.
Oh, shit.
Fucking vampires.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's it. I'm going to bed. Or whatever passes for a bed
Sure.
in this warehouse.
At this point, most everyone is asleep.
Would probably be awake despite the late hour, just like my brain is going.
So Elias comes in from spell time.
I'm glad that has continued.
Yeah, I think Velis is not sleeping yet either.
But I would say, Darlton, you get cold shiver down your spine.
I'll immediately sit up. Go for the wand. Well, the crossbow and then the wand.
Right. There's nothing round immediate. But you just... That wasn't just a random shiver. And you think back to all of those moments when Iarno teleported. Each time, leaving behind just the slightest crack between Port Damali and the Shadowfell. fort's quiet and everyone eventually heads to bed. So there's still a bunch of those cracks all throughout the city you left behind. And I think it being 10, now would be a good time to wrap up tonight's game.
Fuck.
So much.
Goddamn.
There's so much of everything.
A little bit of everything all of the time. Welcome to Wildemount. Have a look around. God, fuck. Well, also vampires. Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, hi Aiden.
Yeah.
Hey, John, you want to double duty your characters too?
Yeah, here we go. Been
Let's
waiting for a
fucking
chance to
go.
get back to home.
Everyone plays 2 characters now.
You know,
Everybody just
Hey, that's basically our other campaign.
So you're saying Wander's coming back for a visit?
Yeah.
Hey!
All about that. She's kind of busy.
No. This party is already too big.
Yeah.
I could not play Velis and Wander at the same time. Holy
Yeah. Those are such different energies.
Yeah. Wander
That's why.
is... I will say, though, I have played Wander in an in-person game, and Wander's energy for, like, that kind of game is so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when I play 2 characters at once, I have them be in the same body.
Right. Well, thank you all for playing, and we're picking it up next week for someone's birthday.
Hey! We'll be back next week.
Be late, but I can
Make do. It's all right.
Sweet. So thanks for joining us, chat. I know it's a quiet night, so I'm just going to head off. I'll be back tomorrow night for Higurashi no Nakakoroni. And until then, you all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Bye-bye!
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20.